Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Education Cabinet Secretary Julius Ogamba says junior secondary schools will continue operating within primary schools following recommendations from the Presidential Working Party on Education Reform. Speaking to senators on Wednesday, Ogamba said the decision was reached after wide consultations with teachers, parents, and the public. He explained that 93% of those who submitted views supported keeping junior schools in primary institutions, while only a small number proposed moving them to secondary schools or making them independent.
The report therefore recommended that junior schools be domiciled within existing primary schools. In fact, the report recommends the establishment of comprehensive schools up to grade 9, headed by one head of institution. This, therefore, Mr. Speaker, is a recommendation that the ministry is implementing. To inform the implementation of junior school in existing primary schools, the ministry developed guidelines for the implementation of junior secondary education in January 2023.
The government has introduced AI-powered sensors to monitor air, noise and water pollution in real time. The system, launched through the National Environment Management Authority, will help track pollutions from factories, power plants and other industries, which are major sources of pollution in the cities. Environment CS Deborah Baraza says the technology will help the government detect pollution faster and enforce environmental laws.
It is expected that COSEMS will enable NEMA to deploy real-time monitoring equipment to selected facilities for environmental quality monitoring, to assess the performance of the real-time monitoring equipment for air quality, noise, and effluent quality monitoring, and to check the sustainability of real-time monitoring equipment for environmental quality data collection from industries for informed decision-making.
The sensors shall be placed in all the industries that for the first phase we have selected. So we shall have what we call the ambient air monitoring sensors.
The IEBC is seeking an additional 888 million shillings to fund several activities, including buying new vehicles for commissioners, refurbishing its offices, and carrying out enhanced mass voter registration later this month. However, members of the National Assembly Justice and Legal Affairs Committee have questioned the Commission's priorities, especially plans to build a 3.5 billion Kenya shillings Uchaguzi Center. Lawmakers say they want clearer justification for the spending before approving the extra funds.
All of us as commissioners, we are using very old vehicles. The other day, my colleague here, is it called bearings? The front wheels came out. The front wheels flew out. God forbid we could have had breaking news. I don't know why, but we found a commission that they're using very old vehicles. I don't know if the previous ones were using these current ones or they left with the vehicles. I don't know.
The South African government has summoned the new U.S. ambassador after he made what they called undiplomatic comments about an anti-apartheid. Leo Brent Bozell III, who started the role last month, caused offense by disagreeing with the legal ruling about the chant "Kill the Boer." Some say the chant amounts to hate speech, although the Constitutional Court has ruled previously that it does not. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
There was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, Your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very, very, very good morning to you. How are you doing? It is Thursday, the 12th day of March, the year 2026. How are you doing, City?
I am very well.
Uko salama sana kabisa yani.
Nashukuru sana.
Mtu akikuuliza kama uko na shida yoyote utasema huna shida.
Sitamwambia hivyo.
Mtu akikuuliza City ni kusaidia aje utamwambia mimi usinisaidie.
Nitamshukuru kwa kunifikiria.
Right. Lakini zaidi hapo utamwambia tu bro niko fiti. See, I know these things. Basically uko sawa. Wewe hutaji usaidizi wowote, si ndio?
No, nahitaji usaidizi lakini
si watu wengi wanaweza kukusaidia.
Hata si hivyo. Najisaidia.
Unaweza jisaidia.
Ndio hivyo.
Uko na uwezo yani.
Yes.
All right. Good morning MC Tonje. You're saying that you're checking in from, let me see, from Muhoroni. MC Tonje anakuanga person number 1 every single morning on our WhatsApp. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Now wale wengine wenye wana come through on our YouTube, I shall be checking you out shortly. But as we do that, let me tell you what is significant about today. In 1917, the February Revolution begins in Russia. 19 what? 17. The February Revolution begins in Russia. Something else that happened on this day. In 2018, China's National People's Congress removes term limits for Xi Jinping. That means that Xi Jinping can rule basically forever.
Bila nataka. Sawa ndo.
You remember the one before him was Hu Jintao. So now we have Xi Jinping. And now he is more or less limitless, for lack of a better word.
They found that works for them. Who are we?
I mean, after all, here in Kenya we said that but some people said that they wanted to remove term limits. And I remember that thing caused uproar. And I think, to be honest, it's for the better because kuna watu wengine bwana. Anyway, City, tupatie methali ya leo.
Why don't you complete that sentence?
Sitamaliza.
You started very well.
No, they wanted to remove term limits, including those of governors.
So they tried.
Watu wakarealize, kuna watu mukiachia hii kiti, they will come demigods. Yeah. Anyway.
We are still in the Republic of Cote d'Ivoire. When the finger knows not where to go, it goes into the nose.
When the finger knows where not to go.
No, knows not.
Where to go?
It goes into
the nose.
Yes. Tafakari hayo.
Bwana, hizi ni zile zinakuanga na hidden message ndani ya hidden message.
Hizi ndio zile zinakuanga na hidden message ndani ya hidden message.
Okay. When the finger doesn't know where to go, it just goes into the nose.
Haven't you seen the times when somebody is anxious? There are two things we like doing. Either
mapua,
or if you have a beard,
or
the individuals, if they're not wearing glasses like I am.
Uso.
Yes.
Okay. Let me see. What do I do when I am anxious or nervous?
You stare. Yeah, when you're anxious, you stare. Yes, you more or less freeze. Yes.
Me?
Yes. You keep quiet.
Do I?
Yes, you do.
Okay.
It's like you're thinking through the matter. I've not seen you rushing to do anything. You keep quiet. You pause.
Okay. Thank you for that observation. I'll ask other people what they also went, because I do get nervous for sure. I do get anxious for sure. But you're right. I actually sometimes I just calm and compose myself.
You keep quiet completely and you listen.
And I just figure things out.
Yes.
Then from there, tunajua venye kutaenda au sio? All right. So when the finger knows not what to do, it goes into the nose, yeah?
Yes, it does.
Sawa, asante sana kwa hiyo. Hiyo imenibamba. All right. Nimesema tasalimia watu. Wacha nianze na Don Sabo amesema, Paul, good morning. City, how are you?
Fine, thank you.
Linda Mwananchi 10-point agenda report and Linda Ground broad based. Who is with the people? Where is taxes safe?
None of them are with the people.
Okay.
It's the people who are with them. There's a difference.
Mm-hmm.
Like, for instance,
yes,
the razzmatazz that the Sifuna group have is appealing to very many people.
For sure.
And they attend the rallies. Remember, there's always this disconnect between the appearance of popularism and the process of actually getting elected. Those are two very different things.
Yeah.
Yes. So, in terms of who is with the people, anyone who is with the people will make decisions that benefit the people. They will not inject the word people into every statement. That doesn't mean they're with the people.
Yeah.
They do not use terms that indicate that the people they're opposed to are not with the people. It doesn't mean they're with the people. Being with the people is not complicated. In fact, it's the simplest thing to indicate and to determine.
Yeah.
When you're with the people, it is really quite simple.
And we will see.
Yes.
And we will.
You will make decisions, and your activities will clearly indicate that you are looking after the interest of the people. It's not complicated.
Yeah.
And when we can't do that, then all we know is that where you are simply furthering a rhetoric, you are furthering a narrative, but being with the people, not really.
And then we have John Mutua saying, morning movie, morning city.
Morning.
Mimi niko tuned nikiwa job Qatar. Niko tuned my lovely TV show. Mbuvi, tell City once things will be okay, I will be there yesterday. I will be there. Yesterday flight was cancelled again. Iran, they are firing. Nikubaye huko.
Iran is now, bless you.
Thank you.
Iran is now directly attacking Israel.
Oh, I thought they were doing that before.
Well, now as in hawajawacha.
It's more direct. Okay. All right. Douglas Kibogong. Anasema morning city and movie. At this weekend friends meet at Vasha for the rally. Yes. Do you know yesterday I was just sitting watching TV, then kidogo naona sijui safari rally. I was like, "Hiya, by the way it's the season for WRC." What unaenda Vasha? City unaenda Vasha?
Nope.
Okay. But do you actually watch the rally?
No.
No.
I don't.
My goodness. Okay, do you enjoy this sport?
I mean, I will sit and watch it. I watch Formula 1 every once in a while. But the one that I really like is the Formula 1 of motorbikes.
Yes.
That one.
Okay. Hata mimi sijui inaitwaje.
Well, that's how I'm
F1 ndio Formula 1 sasa, ndio ile ya tule tukari tudogo. Okay?
Those cars are not small, by the way.
I know they're not small, but what I meant is tule tuko chini.
Yes.
Haya. Now, hiyo ingine I think you are talking about ya pikipiki ni MotoGP. I could be wrong.
Ndio Formula 1 ambayo nataja. Kwani unafikiri nini?
Sawa. Ile ya pikipiki, eh?
You know how it is, You make a reference with something that you know.
Yes.
But you know what I mean. I mean the motorbike racing, which is the equivalent of Formula 1.
Sawa.
But Safari Rally, I read about it. No. I think it is fun.
Now, me, I'm the person who actually puts it on TV the whole day. And that is what we shall watch the whole... Because I know I won't be in Vasha, but we shall watch it from morning till evening. The next morning we wake up, do the same until the end, which is on Sunday.
Good for you. At least that is something you like. It's not that I don't like motorsports.
Yes.
I do. But I do not I don't make the time to watch it.
I just love seeing those vehicles going really fast. I also like seeing how they maneuver those corners. Kidogo unaona wanaingia kwa bush. Last year when Embarambamba was trending, kuna gari ilienda mbio sana ikaingia kwa bushes na ikatokezea the other side. Watu wakasema Embarambamba is the driver of that vehicle. That thing killed me, man. It was funny. But
Embarambamba is that singer?
Embarambamba is, yes. He's from Kisii, I think, or Nyamira. But he's from that area. Gusiland. Embarambamba. Okay, Yoni Bamba. The real SC is saying, isn't the election next year? Why are we talking about it all the time? The real SC, we are talking about it all the time because the politicians, there's nothing else they're talking about other than that election. Well, they're talking about other things, but main agenda for them is the election.
The process of electing leaders determines the sort of lives we live.
True story.
And, or don't live. So that we talk about it. And then we talk about not talking about it. There is a nationalized hypocrisy that we exhibit every so often.
Okay.
People like politics. They like talking about politics. Why are we talking about politics? What's happening? Well, if you're not interested, don't pay attention. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Wait for 2027 and vote. But it's foolhardy not to pay attention to politics.
True. Like right now, as we're getting into radiogeneration.co.ke, one of the things that we need to highlight is the fact that IEBC wameitisha pesa. For instance, let me just read this story about the by-election. A Murua Dikir by-election to cost taxpayers about 59 million, according to the IEBC. Yes.
Why?
Now, the upcoming Emurua Dikir parliamentary by-election will cost taxpayers about 59 million.
They should break it down, man.
Okay.
59 million. It's one election in one constituency.
IEBC is asking the National Assembly to approve 59,375,491 shillings.
And 25 cents.
I guess that's how they rounded it off to one bob. And the supplementary budget 2 for the 2025-2026 financial year. To finance the by-election.
Why must it cost 59 million shillings?
Hapa hawajasema ni
IEBC, please break this thing down so that we understand it. Once we understand it, we will find that in fact you don't need 59, you need 70. But break it down for us, please.
One thing you need to know about this IEBC. Yesterday, kuna message hata Edna alitutumia hapa. There's a message. Edna, how much did they want to buy new cars? I think it was over 100 million. I can't remember.
They are requesting 800 million.
To buy new cars?
Not just new cars. Many things they need.
Yes.
Among them new cars.
But yes, specifically the budget for new cars was an amount that for me I was like, oh, why? I think it was over 100 million.
What sort of cars do they want to buy?
Exactly. So one of the arguments they had is, like, for example, one commissioner was saying that, for example, my colleague here, we are driving very old cars. My colleague here, gari yake imeharibika, sijui akasema bearings, then colleague correct, akamwambia si bearings. It is 168. Thank you, Edna. So Kenya's treasury has approved a mini budget of 168.6 million to buy new vehicles for IEBC's 7 commissioners.
Why?
Yes. Now the funds boost the commissioners' vehicle allocation from 5.6 million to 174.2 million.
Can I just ask a simple question? Why do they need cars?
Now, for the same reason you and I need cars.
No.
But
we buy our cars. There's a difference.
Exactly. That's the point I wanted to make. We buy our own cars. Now, wananchi wa kawaida, kuna wenye hata hawana magari. All right? They use their taxis, they use their matatus, they use their bodabodas.
Commissioner, wajua hao jamaa.
Yes.
Wanajua hata wakitisha Uber will allow them to pay.
Yes.
Some
Kenyans walk to work, others walk back home, others walk to wherever their destination.
Yes.
Now, I don't see why. It is okay by the to have that government vehicle.
No.
Acha nimalize point yangu. It is okay for them to have this government vehicle.
Well, why is it okay?
But if I can I just finish?
Oh, sorry.
If I take 168 million, divided by 7 commissioners, each commissioner is probably going to drive a car over 20 million Kenya shillings worth. All right? Now, 20 million, bro, unahitaji gari ya 20 million uende nayo wapi? Wakenya wa kawaida, they are very content with vehicles worth 800,000.
We buy second-hand cars.
From Japan,
yes,
from China.
New. We call it new because it is newly arrived in Kenya.
Exactly.
But there's nothing new about it beyond
It's
that.
8 years old.
Yes.
We buy them
8 years new.
Exactly. We buy them from UK, we buy them from Germany, we buy them from all over. Singapore, even South Africa. Nilikuja kujua we even buy second hand.
Nyingi sana.
Nilijua tu juzi. But my point here is, why 7 commissioners, 168 million worth of vehicles?
Do the maths. Inakuja pesa ngapi kila mtu?
20 something M. Wacha nifanye haraka. Tukichukua 168.6 ama tunasema tumewekelea 168.6 divided by 7 commissioners. Bro, every commissioner is going to be driven in a car worth at the very least 24 million. Because it's 24.0857 and many other numbers after that. I honestly don't see why.
Neither do I.
Yeah. A good 2 million view, and I'm talking about a brand new 0 mileage. Wakienda hapa Toyota Kenya wanaweza pata gari for much less, unless kuna kitu unless everyone is getting like 6 vehicles, of which still it doesn't make sense.
they're telling us that the entirety of the IEBC fleet, in all the places where the IEBC is nestled, are getting new vehicles, then it would make sense. Meaning, they are buying vehicles for IEBC, not just...
Treasury has approved a mini budget to buy new vehicles for IBC's 7 commissioners.
I'm just adding the conversation,
right,
and saying what I would find palatable. If they said it was 168 for all the people who work for IBC as an entity, I would say it makes a little more sense. But I would still ask, what sort of vehicle are you buying? If I'm to go by the statement that is attributed to one of the commissioners,
right,
she should not have spoken. She should not have spoken.
bearings.
That is a maintenance problem. It does not mean that there's something fundamental wrong with the car.
Mimi gari yangu iliharibika nikanunua engine mzima, sikununua gari mzima.
Yes. Yes.
Nilipeleka kwa mechanic akaniambia this thing we can't revive it. Just buy a new engine, and he asked me how much. I asked him how much. He told me 150, nikafanya 1-2 mpaka 150, nikamwambia shika. Enda ununue engine mpya na life ika go on. Na naiendesha. It's been 4 years since I changed that engine and it's still okay. So bearings,
and your car functions well.
Sinakujanga nayo kila asubuhi.
No, I am aware.
Kuna siku nimewapigia simu nikwambia sikuji kazi.
I'm actually going to say that we take a picture of the car, send it to IBC, tell them this car
to buy this one,
yes.
My model.
Yes.
And you know, I bought mine ex-Japan, so it was 8 years at the time.
Yes, well, one your gari, your gari na dumu.
Na nilinunua 2016. Now it's what? 10 years. That car is 18 years old.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Send them a picture. Then this car can work.
Right.
Si unaishi Machakos na unakuja kazi kila siku.
Nairobi.
Okay. So
na niko tu sawa.
Yes.
Na unajua Ukambani kuko na vumbi, kukinyesha kuko na matope, kuna maliko, yani kuna milima na mabonde. Na hiyo gari iko tu sawa. So I don't know why
the IEBC commissioners might benefit from your experience.
Yes. We drive old cars. I'd like to know how old that car is. Chances are
that sister should not have spoken.
I think that maybe their cars are like what?
When you are employed to drive new cars.
Chances are it's a KDJ.
Or when you drive a new car, what? You're going to perform better.
Chances are it's at KDJ na unasema it's old.
Let's look for another topic. This thing of we have really very serious problems in the country.
Right.
And it's annoying when early in the morning you are being greeted with the news that some people want to spend on each commissioner 24 million.
24 million.
It's depressing.
And perhaps we are the ones who are misunderstanding this. Maybe they need to break it down for us.
We have not misunderstood anything. We have read what is in the papers, and that's all we're talking about, what we've read.
Because maybe this vehicle will be bought for, let's say, 5 million, and then maintenance will cost another 19 million over a period of time.
When you buy a brand new car, you are given a warranty, bwana.
It's our city.
Okay? And if they're going to buy one of these humongous guzzlers, the warranty is even longer. For heaven's sake, man. Yes.
National Assembly has approved Ruto's nominee to take over leadership of National Land Commission. This is a story I wanted to read yesterday, by the way. Now, the National Assembly has approved the appointment of Abdillahi Sagaf Alowi, I hope I'm saying this correctly, as chairperson of the National Land Commission, together with 6 new commissioners, paving the way for a new leadership team to take over the constitutional body tasked with managing public land on behalf of both national and county governments. Members of Parliament all endorsed the nominees after considering the report of the Departmental Committee on Lands, which conducted approval hearings for the candidates earlier this week. Now, the decision was adopted through a special motion passed in the House on Wednesday, March 11th, 2026. There you have it. We have a new commission. I hope they will not need new cars, or they share with the IEBC. Wasiitishe magari mpya. Over 300 secondary schools miss out on grade 10 learners a new placement exercise. Over 300 secondary schools miss out on grade 10 learners in new placement exercise. More than 300 secondary schools across the country did not receive any grade 10 learners during the latest placement exercise, raising fresh questions about how students are distributed under the competency-based education transition. Education CS Julius Ogamba told the Senate that 330 secondary schools failed to admit a single grade 10 learner, while about 2,400 schools enrolled fewer than 20 students. We had this conversation like 2 weeks ago, yeah?
We did.
And one of the biggest problems was the fact that kuna shule zingine wanafunzi tu hawazitaki.
What we will do,
Yes.
see hawazitaki, is the reason why. Why don't we look for Boaz Waruku next week?
I know Boaz is actually listening to us. Boaz, are you available next week?
Yeah, because this one, we need to look at the background behind this. The placement of junior secondary school in primary school.
Right.
The grade 10 transition and the details. And why these things are causing the problems they're causing. Why we still have God knows how many hundreds of thousands of students who haven't reported to school. And time is not awaiting.
Yeah.
We'll look at this thing in greater detail.
We need to look at it, yeah. Kenha issues traffic advisory ahead of Safari Rally 2026. Kenha has issued a traffic advisory ahead of the Safari Rally, which is happening March 12th. Today.
What is the advisory?
It's starting today to 15. So they're warning of expected congestion on major routes from Nairobi. Motorists have been advised to use alternative routes to ease traffic flow as thousands of rally fans are expected to... We know it happens every year.
Okay, now this alternative route to go to Naivasha is which one?
I don't know. Mimi najuanga tu kuna barabara moja ya kwenda Naivasha.
There must be another route.
Yeah.
But which one is it? Should they then not tell us? That
But City, you're the one who uses that route going to Ushago. So when you're not flying, is there an alternative route? I know there's the Maimahi one.
There is an alternative route. If you get to Sokomjinga,
Okay.
there's like a small flyover. So instead of going down into the dip so that you go towards Naivasha, it's an unnecessarily long route. But then you'll go in through Nyandarua.
Okay.
Okay? Okay?
I think I've used that route.
Yes. Or, even if you can use the Maimahi. Then there's the Limuru route, then there's the Maimahi route. Okay? I know both routes. But the third route, I don't know. And if there's one, someone needs to tell us. This is where Kenha tells us, guys, there's this route that goes from Nairobi to Gigiri.
Yeah.
And from Gigiri, it goes to Limuru. From Limuru, it goes... Every route that I'm thinking of, even the one I mentioned, because it is a route, you end up in Limuru town.
Okay.
And then you still join the main thoroughfare. An alternate route would mean, unazunguka, you enter Naivasha. Sio? Sioni?
Tunajuanga hii kitu itakuanga kila mwaka. Mbona hatujaijenga barabara alternative?
See, the road in Mount Summit Road was supposed to have catered for this.
Oh, that's the... Okay.
No, they're not building it for the Safari Rally.
I know.
But if it had been completed, then we would
be... sawa.
No, we would not be having the same discussion, is it?
I watched Ugandan fans who've arrived in Kenya, waiting to, observe.
Participate.
Observe. Yes, participate in observation.
Wewe participate sio lazima upeleke gari, brother.
Sawa basi City ushaniambia.
Okay. I want you to tell me what you observed from the Ugandan fans.
So our fans of Uganda walikuwa nasema, now we need to have this race in Uganda. Because now Kenya has had it for long, so now bring it to Uganda so that we are one community. And I was like, you know what? Actually, I remember there's a time Safari Rally ilikuwa inafanyika Uganda pia.
It will start in Uganda and end in Uganda, yes.
Yeah, so they were saying we should have half and half. So half in Uganda, half in Kenya. And I was like, good idea. Lakini nilikuwa ninauliza, sisi tuko na mabarabara. Uganda wako na mabarabara? Zipo, za kutosha.
Kutosha nini?
Ninauliza hivyo juu sijaenda Uganda. Wewe nimesikia mara kadhaa ukiongea juu Uganda.
Yes, I've been to Uganda.
Yes. So sijui kama uko barabara zintosha.
I traversed to a good road.
Na zinaweza
I know Western Uganda, Mbarara to be specific.
Right.
Yes.
But of course rally itafanyika kwa the rough roads, So wako na enough rough roads na ziko na hizo mabili na
makona. Ziko nyingi.
Na hizo makona.
Hata huko Mbarara ziko nyingi.
Mbarambamba anaweza drive gari venye anataka huko na kulumane mara mingi, si ndio?
The point that these brothers, East African brothers were making is a valid. It's actually valid.
Very valid.
It's valid. No. Yeah. So it means we need to start making preparations.
What I actually think they should just add a Ugandan circuit.
Do you know how long it took for us to actually get the circuit?
Yeah.
Precisely.
Yeah.
So it takes time.
We had taken what, like a 20-year gap or something of the sort?
It takes time. It takes time because the FIA, whatever it's called, World Rally WRC, at FIA kneeling in Formula 1, ndio.
The point is umeisema. There's something. There's a body.
Formula 1 is Safari Rally.
Yeah.
What these people do, they require certain constants. Now, I don't know what these constants are, but I'm sure they exist. Now, if Uganda meets these constants, then I do not see any reason why. In fact, it would be good. So instead of calling Kenya Rally, whatever we call it, maybe we should call it East African. But the discussion has to start now. So they should start working towards it so that Uganda is included. And while we're at it, I see no reason why we should not include
Tanzania.
Yes, none whatsoever.
Yeah.
And if it looks successful, so we can go into Rwanda.
Actually we can. Walikuwa wanasema half and half. So half Kenya, half Uganda. I was like, why not just have 100% Kenya, 100% Uganda? And now that you've brought in Tanzania, 100% Tanzania. So we have all these 3 circuits. And guess what? It actually does good for drivers from all 3 nations. And then, of course, for the visitors who are coming to drive in these particular nations, they get to have more experience.
In an earlier time, when your parents were youngsters,
right?
When I was also a youngster,
yes,
there was the East Africa Safari. East African Safari. Kuna gari unatoka France ilikuwa ikipelekwa na mashabi kama Joginda Singh.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Ilikuwa into Peugeot.
Peugeot.
Sasa the rally traversed all 3 East African countries.
Right.
Fun time. It was during Easter. Man, we used to look forward to it. And we used to watch it on black and white TV if you had it. Okay?
Yeah.
Uganda then started having certain problems. There was a president who, should we say, was at variance with very many things the citizens had.
Are you talking about Idi Amin Dada?
That's the gentleman I'm referring to. So as a result of that presidency, things that had gone on in that country ceded. So we can go back to it. Nothing stops us from
Actually, I would like us to. So we can also have a chance to go into Uganda. People like myself, we go into Uganda, see what is happening there.
It is not difficult to go to Uganda. No, you can actually just go.
I know I can just go, but I want to go there for a purpose.
Purpose is visit.
Unakumbuka kulikuanga na festival. Tani siseme, nimeambiwa watoto wanasikiza. Wacha tufanye traffic city. Naweza sema vitu hapa nione tumekujua na Communications Authority of Kenya.
Yes. Safari Rally.
All right, let's check out the traffic in Nairobi. How is it?
Traffic.
Let's take a look at Wayaki Way. Wayaki Way is looking actually quite good at this particular hour. Munasonga vizuri tena sana. Valley Road, no complaints. Ngong Road, apart from Junction, muko sawa. Southern Bypass, iko fiti. Langata Road, kutoka kule Galeri. Actually, yote nirudi nyuma tena zaidi. Tukiingia Langata Road yote iko sawa. From Karen to Karen. I mean, from Karen to Langata, it's looking absolutely fantastic. Then kuna hii barabara inajulikana kama Magadi Road. Magadi Road ni imetoka Ngata Rongai. Magadi Road iko fiti at this particular hour. No complaints whatsoever. Watu wa Gataka Road pia mko sawa kabisa. Naona hiyo barabara iko fiti. I'm looking at Mombasa Road as well. Looking very clean at this particular hour. Haile Selassie looking good. Jogoo Road iko sawa pia. Lusaka naona iko fiti. Huko ni wapi kingine? Watu wa Airport North Road, the lines are yellow, so that means that there's traffic, but it's moving nonetheless. Outer Ring Road as well, looking good. Eastern Bypass, today there's traffic. Watu wa Utawala, what's not happening? Kutoka Maguna's stores in Utawala, driving all the way to the Eastern Bypass where you get to Southfield Mall. There's traffic there today, all right? But everything else looks okay. I'm taking a look at Mombasa County. Mombasa County watu ni kama huwa hawaamki mapema sana siku hizi. Lakini kuna New Nyali Bridge pale kuna traffic kadogo tu, na hiyo ni kama unatoka sehemu za Kongowea Market, lakini kila kitu kingine kiko sawa kabisa. Sehemu za Tuda kule Tomboya Road naona mko sawa, Makupa mko sawa kabisa. Moi Avenue hamna shida yoyote. Pembe za Ndovu Elephant Tusks kwanza hapo kabisa kuna kani kama kuko firi kabisa. Watu wa Likoni Ferry ukiwa upande wa Salvation Army Coast Division. Hapo ndio kuna traffic kidogo, lakini zaidi ya hapo hamna chochote cha kuhudhuria ama cha kuzingatia pale as far as traffic is concerned. But if you see anything I need to know about, well, you know what to do. Hala at a brother.
This is Radio Generation.
All right, City, let's check out what's happening on the magazeti this particular morning. Nikiangalia gazeti la Daily Nation, this is what is happening on the front page. Looming fuel crisis is what they're calling it. Kenyans could soon feel the heat of the ongoing US-Israel war on Iran following reports. Petrol stock might run out at the end of the month at a time a major supplier in the Gulf has shut down its refinery after taking a hit from Iranian fire. That's on page 4. But we were assured by CS, Pio and I, CS for Energy, and he said, guys, relax. We have this government-to-government arrangement, so don't worry. Don't be in a panic. Let nobody tell you that, oh, fuel it, we are going to have enough fuel for you guys.
At the time when he said it, what has happened and what has brought about the shortage has not happened. So let's take the view that the knowledge he had then enabled him to make the statements he made.
Okay. All right, sawa. Linda Mwananchi pours cold water on report by broad-based team. ODM faction allied to Secretary General Edwin Sifuna discredits a report on 10 issues the president committed to resolve as a betrayal of the late Raila Odinga. That story is on page 6. Actually, Sifuna alisema Raila Odinga will never forgive President Ruto for what he has done to ODM. Killer Nithi Bridge redesigned to cost 7 billion.
What has Ruto actually done to ODM?
Sifuna is best placed to tell us, yeah. But amesema hivyo.
When one keeps evoking the name of Raila Odinga and he's no longer here, the Secretary General is privy to very many things that other people were not. The Secretary General of the ODM is a lawyer. And many of these documents that formed, whether it's part of the NADCO report, 10-point agenda, broad-based, he participated in the crafting of these documents.
Yes, he did.
So arguably, you could say that this man does have knowledge of what these documents are.
Yes.
Is it possible for these documents to be made available online? Or are they online and I'm the ignorant one who does not know where they're available?
Like the 10-point agenda is all over.
Yes, it is. So where is the betrayal? Because Ruto was involved in this discussion. The other partner is the one who is no longer in the land of the living. But he was there. So this thing that he has done, which is unforgivable, I need to understand. But as you correctly put it, it is something that Senator Sifuna is best placed to respond to.
Yeah. Wanasema NMG's new owner pledge on media freedom. Amesema yeye ata make sure enhance media freedom. I guess we shall wait and see, shan't we?
Yes, we shall.
Theater. How AI is rewriting drama scripts. Ethical concerns have emerged as scriptwriters turn to artificial intelligence to enhance their creative pieces at the National Drama and Film Festival. Now, this story is on page 17. And I can tell you for free, ya kwamba mambo ya AI haiendi mahali popote anytime soon. If anything, actually sasa ndio imekita kambi, imekita mizizi kila mahali. Mizizi imekuwa kitad kila mahali. Why? Because what needs to happen is just for folks to embrace it and just see how it will enhance the work that they are already doing. Remember
it is a tool, and a useful tool at that. Yes.
Sasa tu ni muangalie tu venye mtaitumia, because itaandika scripts whether you like it or not. Na inakaa ni kama inaandika scripts noma sana. You know the drama festival is ongoing, so concerns have been raised that some scripts have been written by AI.
So
I actually see no problem.
Well, neither do I.
Yeah, there are people who actually have good ideas as far as storylines are concerned. Like you could be having this very good idea about how you unravel a certain drama.
You see, the thing about AI, AI is an information gatherer. When you ask it a question or you give it a task, what it does, anything that information that is available. Now, this way it gets tricky.
Yes.
The information could be factual, it could not be factual, but it is available online. It'll gather it and it will fit it into the specific task that has been given. And it's up to you to then do a cross-check and to determine the veracity of what it is that has been documented. Yes, it is not the task of AI. AI just gives you what it has gathered.
Yeah.
Now you do the sifting.
But like I was saying, AI, you could be having a good idea, but you just don't know how to put it on paper.
AI will help you.
And you tell AI, look, I want to write a drama about this old man and a young person who are working on a radio station. And they have a political conversation. And I just want them to have good, great banter about the politics of their country, considering one of the protagonists in their politics is this kind of a character, and the antagonist is this kind of a character. Now you write for me a script, and by the include other characters who play for both sides. My friend, AI itakutolea na uiambie kwanza nataka hiyo kipindi last 40 minutes ama 1 hour ama 2 hours, bro, hiyo kitu kufanya cha na pale mwisho nakuuliza, would you like me to suggest a series? Niambia twende kazi, na inakutolea script ya daily venye utakuwa unafanya radio show. No, sio. Acha tuangalie Taifa Leo ambaye ni sister wa Daily Nation wanasema nini? Oburu amesaliti Raila kulingana na Sifuna. Oburu amefanya nini? Amesaliti Raila. Hivyo ndivyo katibu mkuu wa ODM Edwin Sifuna amesema. Pale kuna picha ya kinara wa ODM Daktari Oburu Oginga, na wanasema hivi, siku moja baada ODM na UDA kuunda kikao kuhusu agenda 10, katibu mkuu ODM asema yote ni sarakasi tu. Haya. Ukurasa wa 4 wanasema nguvu za magavana kuajiri kupunguzwa. Magavana huenda wakazuiwa kuteua idadi isiyo ya kipimo ya maafisa wakuu ikiwa marekebisho mapya ya sheria yaliyowasilishwa kwa kamati ya seneta yatapitishwa. Kurasa wa 4. Enzi mpya safari rally ikianza Vasha, yani kule Naivasha. Duru ya 3 ya mbio za magari duniani WRC kungoana mafichoni. Wanajeshi wa Iran walilazimisha uteuzi wa Mojtaba Khamenei kama kiongozi mpya wa kidini, yule ambaye anajulikana kama supreme leader kule Iran,
yule
aliyelipuliwa wiki iliyopita na Marekani, ama alilipuliwa na Israeli au wenyewe walimlipua
katika vita hii. The same thing.
Yes, so that is as far as those papers are concerned. Over to you, City.
We are looking at the daily business daily, daily business. Page 19. This story caught my attention.
All right.
Life. Kenyans embrace sourdough bread for healthier breakfast.
Sourdough.
It's fermented dough.
Yeah, you called it sourdough.
Sour.
Oh.
Sourdough.
Yes.
Not like the song sourdough, not that one.
It's actually sour le.
What have I just said?
Okay, sour city. sour city.
Sourdough.
You know, have you seen how they ferment that sourdough?
No, I don't know how they ferment it, but this story is actually very interesting.
If you see the process, it's equally scary and interesting at the same time.
Why is it scary?
That when now the sourdough has already been mixed, that thing boils like water, yet it is dough.
So what's the problem?
If you look at
what's
videos,
the scary bit?
If you look at videos online, that thing looks like it's alive. The way it just...
but yeast is alive.
No, when you look at the dough after having been fermented, forget the yeast. We know what yeast does, and we know yeast is a fungus, and fungus are alive.
So without the yeast, would it be fermented? No.
No. But what I'm talking about is the process of fermentation. When you observe it, it is both interesting and scary depending on who you are.
Right.
Hiyo kitu kionyesha mtoto anatoka mbio.
Kweli. Ni kama natembea.
Actually, yes.
Kilichobaki ni iongee na wewe.
It's like this amorphous amoeba thing just moving around. It actually moves within the place where you're mixing it in, and if you see it for the first time, utasema hii ni uchawi ama urogi. But continue. So they want to make sourdough what? We're being encouraged to consume sourdough.
We're being told about something that is a growing appetite for. It's Nairobians, actually. And they're talking about some people who actually make it.
Yes.
And, you know, something. I like the story, the idea of this. Part of the reason why I like the story, the sourdough, I was reading it, is because I am diabetic.
Yes, sourdough is actually very good for folks like you.
Yes, exactly.
But it is good for everyone. Actually, if it were me, I would say we all need to consume sourdough.
What the point that they make, which I like, is that it is very good for gut health.
Very right.
Sawa.
Right.
Right, now let me look at the sort of fare that we normally look at. Right. Oh, money everywhere. KCB doubles final dividend as profits hit 66 billion. Stanbic not to be left alone. Reveals dividend payout of policy of up to 65% of net profit. Goodness gracious me. Then, let's look at the insurance sector. Why IRA put 3 insurers under statutory manager. Who are we talking about?
Who are we talking about?
Yes, the Insurance Regulatory Authority has announced yesterday that it has placed Trident Insurance Company, Cusco Mutual Assurance, and Corporate Insurance Company under the caretaker of Policyholders Compensation Fund, PCF. Some of the letters seen by the publication shows the IRA had written to these insurers on several occasions warning them of breaching the Insurance Act and giving them room to rectify their weaknesses or lose their licenses. Sawa. Yes. Sawa. So shareholders are being protected. Listen to this. Audit. Investors and contractors pocket 4 billion of botched road deals. What am I talking about? Taxpayers paid investors 4.09 billion in termination costs for the construction of the Modogashe hub. It's a long road. Okay, Modogashe, Habasweini,
Kotulo,
Samartar,
Sindeyo,
Ramu, Mandera Road, revealing the costly underside of the road annuity program. Disclosure from the Controller of Budget shows the release of the money was approved on November 12, 2025, as the government moved in to pay off investors and contractors who had bagged the deal to fund and build the intra-country road. You know, it is tragic and sad that we elect individuals who don't seem to understand that wealth creation for the nation is a double-edged sword in this sense. Could even be triple-edged.
Yes.
When the country is rich, presumably poverty levels will reduce to the point of almost being zero.
Very true.
When the country has resources, it means if your business acumen is at a high level and you're inclined towards business, the likelihood of making money is also great. But why is it that the people whom we elect, who choose to plunder our resources, don't seem to understand that when you plunder these resources at base, at source, you are killing the very process of growing the economy? Why don't they understand this? It's not really difficult to understand. Why? Whether it is governors, whether it is members of parliament who want to divert. We had a conversation with the governor of Trans Nzoia.
Yes.
And he spoke and he said, look, there are senators, not all, there are senators who extort, they want to be paid.
Yeah.
And he spoke of an instance where somebody wanted 25 million shillings, and you wonder, was that guy okay in the head, really?
Where on earth do you get 25M?
Because this guy has a budget of 9 billion, so you feel 25M is a small amount.
Anafanya hivi, anakuangalia, anasema, mheshimiwa, fanya hivi, leta 25 million alafu utuongee maneno tuone kama venye tunaweza kusaidia.
Tutam awaits very many Kenyans.
But can I say something sitting?
Say more than one thing if you can.
The reason why senators will extort governors is because number one, they know you are guilty as a governor. Wameangalia makaratasi na wanaona for sure. Let's take point in case, although it's not been determined that this governor is guilty, but there's a time the Marsabit governor had been accused of embezzling some 758 million, him and his wife, right?
Yes.
Now senators wanaangalia hivi, wanaona huyu jamaa hii pesa ataenda nayo na atakula hii naye atakula for sure. In this committee, how many are we? I don't know. We are probably some 5-6 of us. Now, if you give each one of us a cool 5M, see, we are good to go. 5M times the 6 of us, that's 30 million. 30 million ukitoa kwa 758 yako yenye ulikula, you will remain with some, at the very least above 700M. Kuna pesa zingine utalipa hapa watu wa DCI na EACC maybe. From there, my friend, you're good to go.
Do you know what we're doing? We're entrenching the worst form of government. It's called a kleptocracy.
Yes.
The rule by corruption, underhanded deals. The people of Marsabit are not so rich to the point where they would happily give away 5 million shillings, not even 25.
Right.
Okay. But if the governor sees it fit to misappropriate 750 million, then the MCAs, the representatives of the citizenry, need to take this up and see how best they can deal with the issue, get the money back, or impeach the governor. But if they, the representatives who have been elected to safeguard the interests of the citizenry, don't do that, then woe betide us. We are going to be in this quagmire for quite some time.
I remember back in the day, I can't remember at what age I was, but I remember I was an adult. Nilisikia when this government officials steal money, they steal enough to ensure that they can also bribe their way out of that scandal.
Not all. Those are smart ones.
Yeah, nilisikia and I remember now. It was during this NYS scandal when we heard of me for the first time, when I heard billions had been stolen in a public institution. So ikasemekana kama unaiba pesa, ukiiba 1 billion for example, that's 1,000 millions, right? You just ensure out of that 1 billion, you have roughly a quarter of that money set aside just to bribe your way out of that problem. So you've already stolen 1 billion. So you ensure some 200 to 250 million. Ile utakula comfortably ni 750M. But hii 250 juu utalipa polisi, utalipa sijui magistrates and the judges who are going to do this, prosecutors who are going to prosecute this case. Hata ile jela utaenda kukaa, cause jela nayo utaenda, as your case is being prosecuted, you'll be in and out of jail. You'll need money to pay, of course, your lawyers. So you just set aside. I remember this conversation from some old folks at the time, that imagine wakati huo wa NIS scandal, hivyo ndivyo watu walikuwa wanafikiria. Mtu alikuwa anasema yeye akiingia gava na ibe 1 billion, he or she will set aside 250M. Bribe judges.
Well, this is what must stop.
Yeah.
Because this is what is going to guarantee that we never really develop. Because if we normalize conversations of theft, without normalizing the conversation of retribution and the consequences of theft, the poverty that we speak of will never come to an end. Because it's the same money that is being stolen that is supposed to bring about the changes in the people's lives. Same money.
True story.
It's not a different one. When a governor talks about at the time when people are actually being interviewed, or CSs, and they tell you of the wealth they have, Parliament never seeks to ask how it is they acquired that wealth. It's accepted that is their wealth. It's a bandit economy. It's wrong.
Yeah.
It's actually wrong. It is wrong to the point of being sinful that there are people who do not know what they are going to eat today because they didn't know what they ate yesterday because they didn't eat. And the money that is supposed to ensure that this doesn't happen is happily being stolen by people, and they're happily trying to convince us in the stupidest, in the most banal way, that this is just doing business. How? You are killing people. That is crime against humanity. And there's nothing right about it.
You know me, I thought corruption only happens in the public sector until someone told me that it happens in the private sector as well.
Forget private, even within religious sector.
Yes. Sasa nikaambiwa, for example, because this also happens in government. When you need a job in Gava and the position is available, apparently the hiring authority needs a cut. So, for example, if you're going to be hired as a manager at this level and your salary is going to be 250,000 shillings a month, so they're going to ask in advance for like 300K because they know you're going to make this money in a month anyway. That's what I had. Personally, I've never been asked for money because I've never applied in the government. Lakini juzi nikasikia rafiki yangu akiniambia ati kuna wakati alikuwa anatafuta kazi kwa factory. Akaambiwa na HR, kazi is available, but I need X amount of money in advance so that I guarantee you this gig. And I was like, what? Here I thought Gava is being Gava.
No, Gava is not a problem. I had a very revealing conversation once with the CEO of a very major bank. And he told me something open-minded. He told me, it is us. And he's referring to themselves. It's us in this sector, commercial sector and corporate sector. We are the ones who introduce corruption into government.
Yeah.
And ask him, what do you mean? He said, we are the ones who want laws to be bent to serve our purposes.
Okay.
And we deal in money, remember? So we have money.
Yeah.
It is us people come to when they need help with money. So we are best placed to do very many things that government officials said. If you look at the history of corruption in this country, it did not start with the government. It said business people are inclined towards corruption and wrongdoing than government officials, because government officials have the power, but the mandate is just to do what is right by the citizenry. Paul, this open, blatant corruption that seems to ignore the well-being of citizens, this thing has to come to an end. Any leader who can show the citizenry that they are going to bring this thing to an end and not just talk about it, that person will be elected for a very long time to come.
Maraga was actually preaching it yesterday. I can't remember where he was, but he said, look guys, if you elect me, anyone who is caught up in a corruption scandal, first and foremost, wakondani as we discuss this issue.
Let him demonstrate how he plans to do that. Making statements is not telling us how you're going to do it.
But now how is he going to demonstrate it? He's not in power.
No.
All he can do is just tell you.
Then find a way of convincing us that you will do what you're saying.
How? But how, City?
Am I the presidential candidate?
No, you're not the presidential candidate, but I'm just asking how.
That is the task of those who want a position of authority.
He's not going right now as a private citizen, arresting people and then putting them in jail.
No. How did President Ruto convince people that he has the interest of the Mwananchi?
Maneno.
What Maneno did he do?
Hustler, dynasty.
Precisely. He demonstrated.
Bottom up.
See, you guys are here, hustlers. You have a problem.
Right.
Your problem are these people here called what?
Dynasty.
Or dynasty. Hawa. Unaona? One could look and say, actually, this guy's a point, isn't it? Yes. Those who seek these high offices, it is their job to come up with solutions. MPs demand fresh Vodacom deal on Safaricom dividends. God Almighty. Joint committee wants dividends earned on seeded stake. Let me just read it a bit so that you understand.
Okay.
MPs have ordered the Treasury to renegotiate a fresh agreement with Vodacom Group over the sale of Safaricom to include Kenya's entitlement to dividends based on ownership before the conclusion of the deal. Good point, this one. Good point. National Assembly Committees on National Planning and Finance and Public Debt and Privatization reckon that Safaricom shares sales agreements with Vodacom is silent on the Treasury's receiving dividends from a 35% shareholding. They want the Treasury to earn dividends on a 35% shareholding in the next financial year and not 20%. The MPs cited the Treasury directive for the deal to be concluded after the end of Safaricom's financial year that closes in March 20th. There are things which are depressing. Somebody somewhere had known there's a dividend that should be paid. But they figured out this is the money that they want. So we own 35%, or at least owned before selling. But this, why were we only getting dividends on 20%? What about the other 15%? This company here left the billion range. It's in the trillion range now.
Wacha tufanye hivi. Let's do a little bit of news. Then when we return, of course, we shall be having a guest. I give a few shout-outs, and maybe perhaps we shall ask the Honorable MP that very question.
Yep, we shall.
Aye.
Natembeya has warned leaders linked to the Linda Mwananchi faction against forming a new political party. Speaking on Citizen TV, Natembeya said creating another party could divide the opposition and weaken it ahead of elections. He cautioned that splitting votes will only benefit President William Ruto, making it easier for him to win another term.
My personal view on that will be that it's a disaster. Because what the view they're expressing the basically views of the opposition, and as the opposition want to be united. If they branched off and formed another wing of the opposition, they're going to reduce our votes and inadvertently help Ruto get another term. So for me, I'll greatly discourage that kind of direction.
Residents in the coast region may soon get cheaper and more reliable water once the Baricho solarization project in Kilifi County is completed. Water Cabinet Secretary Eric Mugaa says the project is about 90% complete. He explained that the project will cut the high electricity cost used to pump water to homes by using solar power.
Tumeweka sola zaidi ya 6,716 6,716 na zile solar farm. Hii solar farm inafaa ikikamilika wiki ijayo, kwa sababu tuko karibu 90% complete. Some of the systems are already pumping using solar. Inafaa itoe 4.3 megawatts of power. Lakini hilo ni tone tu, almost 20% ya ile power tunahitaji.
Iran has warned that it could fight a long war with the United States and Israel, saying such a conflict could severely damage the global economy. This comes as US President Donald Trump said Iran was close to defeat. Meanwhile, fighting near the Strait of Hormuz, a key route for about 1/5 of the world's oil, has shaken global energy markets. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Welcome back. This is Radio Generation, the People's Breakfast on 88.8 FM in Nairobi. Salamu zimfikie the real LC amesema, I was trying to help you pronounce Minnesota. It's pronounced Minnesota. All right, Sasa. Think I've gotten it correctly, eh? Then we have Festi Royal saying, ask City, would Didi Nyoro or Irungu Kangata receive the same praise they get today if they declared support for William Ruto and remain consistent? For me, I know well the mind of a Kenyan very well. Good question. Do you think if today Irungu Kangata, declared support for Ruto?
That in right now, given what it is we hear is happening in the region of the mountain, he would have sealed the deal of being a one-term governor.
Okay.
If we believe the things we hear about that region, William Ruto is the most hated. This is not dislike.
Hated in Muranga
region.
Yeah.
If you are to believe what Rigiji tells us, if we are to believe the things we hear about that particular region, yes.
Mwalimu Muga, you just made me laugh. Just reminded me how you would talk to us in the classroom. God bless you. This is Restituta Mutuko. Do you remember this student of yours?
No, I don't.
Okay. Did you ever teach someone called Mutuko?
Yes.
Okay. Amesema, you just made him laugh. You reminded him how you'd talk to them in the classroom. All right, sawa. Then Mutuka ameendelea kusema Mwalimu Muga, those rallies made Easter season super duper. Okay.
Yeah, they were fantastic.
Yes. Hesbon Sidon amesema good morning Team RG. With sobriety of CT, I believe he can be a good waziri for justice and legal affairs in Maraga's cabinet. Specifically in Maraga's cabinet, eh? Ongea na Maraga vizuri, eh? In case akwe president, alafu mimi nikwe PS wako, eh?
Umuhimu ni kujipanga na mapema, sio?
Yes, indeed. Perceptronium amesema CT, that bracelet flew correct. Which bracelet? Okay.
Go with the flow.
All right, nime flow now. Last but not least, Michael Olande amesema good morning. Well, Michael, good morning to you too. Let's get into our conversation this particular hour. We are hosting the Honorable MP for Kisumu East constituency, that is Mheshimiwa Shaquille Shabir. Mheshimiwa, good morning and welcome back to Radio Generation.
Good morning. Good morning.
Yeah, nice to see you again.
To our listeners, yes, thank you.
Nice to see you again indeed. You've been well. Mwaka imeanza vizuri.
Yes.
Kila kitu iko sawa.
We are doing well.
Right.
And with the grace of God.
Yes.
We are well.
We were just having a conversation, CT and I, earlier on before you came in, and we said perhaps we shall ask on this Safaricom issue. Parliament approved to have those shares sold to Vodacom. Are we okay with whatever is currently going on as far as this sale of Safaricom shares is concerned?
You know, my brother and friend,
yeah,
and I wonder sometimes where his logic starts and ends. But he has played the stock market quite well. Mm-hmm. And he has also recovered, whether by way of honest stockbroking, or by way of manipulation, or whatever.
Yes.
Or by way of forecasting. Mm-hmm. He has picked up quite a big share. Mm-hmm. In telecom, in Kenya Power.
Right.
Even in telecom he had it. Mm-hmm. And Safaricom. So when he is doing that, he has shown confidence or some understanding of the stock market.
Right.
Now, I can just make this simple. Mm-hmm. He says that the share of Safaricom is worth much more than the share market price.
Okay.
Because he says that the Safaricom has invested in Ethiopia and other places.
Yes.
So that is not reflected in the share price, but the value of the investment has been suppressed. Now, stock markets, if we were one of these new Juakali stock markets, I would believe that.
Okay.
But this stock market is internationally rated. As the prices are set, there's a body monitoring to see whether the right prices are being set. And they look at the accounts, they look at very many things, including investment. So Safaricom price at the time he was talking was 29.
Yes.
And he was saying that should be 45 or 50.
Yes.
Now, if that be the case, in which way did he value it at 45? There is the economist view and the accountant's view. The accountant's view is 29. The economist's view is depending on which economist you are.
Yeah.
Net present value or future of present investments in the future.
Yes.
But those are not solidified into a price. And even if they were, then it would have been stock market manipulation.
Right.
And it is not. Well, I don't think so.
Yeah.
Let me finish. Let me tell you.
Sure. Okay.
If you have, you got a vehicle, and let's say you've purchased a Mercedes 600 SLE or whatever, one of these so-called classic cars or whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever. And you want to sell it today. And the guy comes to you and says, no, don't sell it today. Sell it in 20 years and you will get so much value. You understand me?
Yeah.
But that will not, you need the money today or you want to liquidate it today. So that today's value is so much. I have Safaricom shares.
Okay.
We went up to 35. I think it's 32. You can look at the papers.
Right.
So those people, if they've offloaded 15% of Safaricom or whatever it is, and they've offloaded it to the original people who are working on it, then it appears that there are others who hold Safaricom shares, and they will benefit if the government sells it at 39 or whatever they were selling, 35.
35, yes.
I have benefited. My if you look at it, my share must be 32, 33.
All right.
So I benefited 29 to 32.
Okay.
Now he's talked about other things. I have a feeling that when he was the chair of budget, perhaps he looked at these things. There are many people who have different views.
Yes.
This guy, Bernard Einstein, what's his name? The guy who committed suicide, the one of the crimes. Epstein.
Yeah, Jeffrey Epstein.
He was a stock market fellow. The Bernard guy, the one who was a billionaire, he was on the stock market. So the thing is, what is happening, I say, is if you want to value something, get a way to value it.
Okay.
The only way to value it is the stock market.
Yeah, because I remember Molo MP, Honorable Kuria, and then of course Kiharu MP, and these guys went to Kenyatta University at the same time. Were arguing about how exactly this was being priced. But like you said, I mean, I agree with what you've said in terms of I need the money now, so I need to sell my Mercedes now, as opposed to having to wait at a certain time when I'm not even sure of the price. But like I said, we shall leave it to the experts.
It is what might be called the opportunity cost.
Yeah.
And as our young gentleman from Molo, the famous chairman, is looking strictly at the accounting view.
Right.
The other guy is looking strictly at
the economic perspective.
Some sort of economic perspective.
Right.
I have done both. And I'm a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Accountants.
All right.
And we have looked at some of these issues in our past. Nowadays we are on technology.
Yes.
But I think the issue is the same.
All right.
Yes.
Now, Mheshimiwa, something else happened. Parliament has approved IEBC's budget to buy commissioners some vehicles, and these vehicles are worth 168 million. I think it was 168 million. I think 0.6 million. 7 commissioners, vehicles worth 168. What's the logic behind that? Because we've just done some simple maths, and we're seeing that every commissioner is going to get a car worth 24 million if we just do 168 divided
or if
by
we
7.
assume the 168 is, yes, as has been stated in the papers, is
Right.
simply for buying the car.
Exactly.
Well, in the constitution, we limited the number of commissioners.
Yes.
And the commissioners that you're talking about are IEBC.
IEBC
Yes.
commissioners, yes.
IEBC commissioners, from my understanding, are not paid, are they? Are they paid? Are they paid an allowance?
Okay, I'm not aware.
Commissioners are paid an allowance.
Yes. Now their allowances are astronomical. 50,000, 100,000 are sitting.
Okay.
Where we MPs are getting 5,000, 7,000.
All right.
Others are getting 2,000 in schools. There is this greed that every must get a 4-wheel drive Pajero, not Pajero,
Prado.
VX.
Okay, Land Cruiser.
Land Cruiser, 25 million. So this one commissioner that I've known very well,
Yes.
he speaks very good Kiswahili. He was traveling. I've seen him.
Yes.
He's come to our places in his own vehicle, and he had no problems with it.
Okay.
Now he tells his colleague to say, "Oh, my car." Even I saved my life because I did the axle broke. So the axle broke, so we need a vehicle.
Okay.
Now parliamentarians also are looking at a budget, and the budget has been proposed.
Yes.
And somebody somewhere, I have a VX which I've had for nearly 10, 12 years.
Right.
And it's valued at maybe 7 million, 8 million.
Currently?
Yes.
Okay.
Even when I bought it was only 12 million.
All right.
Now where this 25 million is coming from, God knows. And why are we going to put that money here? They say that they need 800 million to operate. Out of 800 million, how much is going into cars? They said that they need A, B, and C. Now that is what we call greed. And if all commissioners, when they come, the first thing they want is a new vehicle, a driver, and a bodyguard, and whatever. So this money is from me, from myself, it's a catch-22. And when you go to India in the past,
yes,
including a minister, was only allowed to purchase an ambassador. I think you're too young to understand that. You will remember.
Ambassador was a car manufactured in India.
It was made on basis of Fiat.
Yes.
And the maximum cc of car you could take was 1500 or 1200 cc, and 1500 depending on your position. But it was a simple old ambassador that looked like a. Yeah, it was that.
Was it Indian manufactured?
Yes,
but it was.
That was it. You were allowed only that. Nobody got these other vehicles. As and when they develop their own vehicles, as and when they're now developing and BMWs and Porsches, they are selling those ones. The Chinese, when they were coming up, they reduced their own vehicle.
Yes.
The East Germans were reduced to their own vehicles. The British were reduced to their own vehicles. They could only buy a Rover something or a Jaguar something.
Right.
We live in a third world country and we want first world luxury. These are commissioners, and they will be there 6 years, so they want to take the most that they can too.
Wow.
This one commissioner that I'm telling you, I have known him and I know the others. And you see the way one is dressed today.
Yes.
In 2 months' time,
yes,
there'll be so much gold around her, and her dress will be flowing. So maybe that's the way we want to say, okay, we take care of you like a good person.
Actually, no. That's not the way we want to take care of them.
No, but if you know, that I was speaking yesterday at the Pan-African University, and I was speaking to issues of everybody would like to get the best for themselves, and they don't really care about anybody else, or they may care. I was in a lift in Parliament yesterday.
Yes.
And I was rushing to the lift, as basement 2, and the lift opened and I was about 10 feet away, or less. I said loudly, "Hold that lift, hold that lift." And nobody was holding it. So I rushed up to the lift and put my foot in it.
Yes.
And inside I found a member of Parliament and staff.
Yes.
I said, "Did you not hear hold the lift?" I said, "Well, I wanted to go up. You can take the next lift." So this is a sort of thing that we want to lack. I go to Parliament, I go here, I go there, and do you think I don't want a helicopter? My desire is I must have a helicopter, but I can't have it. So the MPs buy a vehicle. They were given 5 million shillings to buy a vehicle for 5 years. Okay, yeah. I have the same vehicle that I bought in 2012.
Okay.
The situation is unfortunately like that. Everybody is on this wagon where they want to get the most they can, and because it's there, you need to tutakula.
You know, now that Mheshimiwa has mentioned that, they probably want to buy a car worth 25 million, there is a car that is worth 25 million. It is the Lexus LX 570.
Yeah. How will it help them in their job? And you see, they're saying we need a good, strong 4-wheel drive vehicle. Go and buy a Land Rover.
Actually, you can still buy.
Or a Land Cruiser, that
Yes.
strong one.
Yes.
The one I've had in my constituency since 2007. And people tell me, you are a joker, my friend. Every 5 years they change the vehicle. Mine I have purchased it at 7 million or something in 2007 and still going. Every 5 years I put aside a budget of 1 million to renovate it.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Yeah. Lexus LX 570, that thing costs 25 million, and that is what they're going
the
for.
question that has been asked by Mheshimiwa, how does it help them conduct their duties better?
I want to tell you a story. It will not take long.
Yeah.
A friend of mine, well, I don't even consider him a friend anymore.
Yeah.
I don't. Somebody who was born in Kisumu, Kitten Somaya. I've known him most of my life. When he was doing well, so-called, and I was in London and there's friends, these were childhood friends with some of those people, like his friends and my friends. So the guy asked me, where are you? I said, I'm here. I was going to go and meet him and he was not at home. He said, come to this place. So I went there. And it was Kitten Somaya's house. And they were showing me how they've done this. He's got this dolphin in the swimming pool, everything else. And I just waited and was sitting and waiting. And I said, could I go to the bathroom? Yes, I must go to the bathroom. So I went to the bathroom, did my thing and came back. By that time, Kitten Somaya was back and others were back and they were talking. They asked me, how did you like the bathroom? I said, very nice, thank you. Yeah, it's good. No, you didn't. Did you like the bathroom? I said, yeah, it's okay, it's good. No, Wana, you didn't understand. You know the seat is made out of gold. The toilet seat is made out of gold.
Okay.
So he asked the question, how did it help me in releasing my dropping?
Yeah.
How did it help? Did it make me feel better? No. I went to my thing, I relieved myself naturally, and that's it.
Yeah.
I was very upset. And that's the situation. You see, God has made us. And if you allow yourself to go into these frivolities, this second is a first class ticket to wherever you are in the flight. I have seen a minister traveling first class when there was a minister.
Right.
And then when she was no longer a minister, she was there traveling economy. I was traveling with her.
Yes.
So I think being in government seems to give you that opportunity of power. So nowadays I see my old friend of my parents and mine traveling in helicopters. So at one time was in a vehicle. We see former councillors traveling in a helicopter. For them it is taking them to power.
It's a big deal.
Well, I don't know. When we get over this thing, if you go to Singapore that we've talked about, I have had the opportunity of not talking to but listening to Lee Kuan Yew when he was old, when his son was now running. And I've listened to the guy.
Yeah.
I never saw. I know where he used to live. It's a very simple house. Is it Clinton or the peanut farmer? Clinton.
It was called Jimmy Carter.
Jimmy Carter. I wish you go and see Jimmy Carter's house. It's a 2-bedroom simple house. 2-bedroom simple house.
Yeah.
There are civil servants who have done things like that. There was I used to call him uncle because my father knew them very well. Majid Kokar, and I do remember him as an par excellence civil servant.
Yeah.
He never went for this frivolous Chief Justice's house. He stayed in South Sea for all of his life.
Right.
And then he went to fight for his pension that was due. He didn't get it. So people like us, people like these who care how to spend other people's money are always left out.
Okay.
Yes.
In regards to 2027, we are currently, actually some of our listeners were even asking why we are currently in campaign mode. And lots of sloganeering going around. There's Wantam, Tutam, Ruto must go. There's Linda Mwananchi, there's Linda Ground, and so many other things that are going on. According to you, do you see any of these ones delivering anything substantial come 2027?
There's 2 term and 1 term.
Yes.
Basically, 2 term is we will do it.
Okay.
We're going to do it. 1 term is you will not do it. That's basically what they're saying. But these are slogans. And as the slogans continue, people forget the policies, people forget the other arguments. We have started the slogans early, so that people will now only be wondering 1 term, 2 term, 1 term, 2 term, without saying what is your policies. And then, President Trudeau, I've sat with him in Parliament. I know him. I think I know him.
Right.
But when they become leaders, they change.
Okay.
I knew Raila for most of my life, but I used to tell him when he became Prime Minister, ulibadilika. And that is the way of the people, many people.
Alibadilika venye alikuwa Prime Minister or mabadiliko yalikuja earlier on?
You see, the thing about Baba, he was, or rather Raila.
Yeah.
There was some sort of humility in him that was, and stubbornness. But remember, he went through prison and other things.
For sure.
And he didn't, as much as he wanted what is called some of the, if they felt that perhaps they need some of these luxuries that others have had, I always found him running away from some of them. I found them. But I don't know when he changed.
Okay.
I remember one time, and I did say to him in 2007 that Jaramogi was a very different fellow, very different person. And you are not there yet, but I plead that you will be. And
How different was Jaramogi, Mheshimiwa?
I played in Jaramogi's in his house, and I knew him from that point of view. He was my father's friend. Also would say that Muindi utaenda nyumbani, but not looking at us that way. Jaramogi had this thing about him that was, Luos have pride. Some of the, like me, that's why I'm getting involved in this thing. I'm a Punjabi. We have pride. Sometimes, so he had that thing, and he had the support of the Luo nation. And he contained that support. Everybody has a good part and a bad part as you get up in the morning like this morning. I believe strongly that we have the devil in us and we have the angel in us, the God in us. It depends how you get up and what you do. Were you going to allow the devil to take over your the rest of the day, or you
the angel?
Or the angel, and then each decision you make is working towards that. Getting up in the morning today to be here at 7 sharp, going past Nairobi, the funeral home, I was saying, hey, we're getting late. Hurry up. He said, we can overlap. No, I said, no. Let's not do that. I always tell the guy, let's not do that. So we were 5 minutes late, but we're here.
Yeah.
So I think that defines where we are going. Not always the case. So I feel that, how you asked me how was Jaramogi?
Yes.
I was young. And my perception of Jaramogi at that time was that this is the nice old man. I played in Tomboya's house. The first piano I used was Tomboya. I've known Uchengo Neko, and these are people we knew in the past. The situation, of course, when you listen to them was very different. And at that time I was young. And I don't know, but from what we hear of Jaramogi at a later stage, and I put them together, I think he was a very good leader.
He was a very simple man.
Simple, yes, of course he was.
He
was. He was wearing his akalas.
Yes, and his kaptulas.
Yes, and that's what I'm trying to come to. There's a lot of him in Raila, and the late Raila. And we hope there's a lot of it in Oburu, because they were brothers, they had worked together. There was a lot of it in Orengo. I was part of, when I came back from the UK, I was told my father, go and see the following, they're like your fathers. And I saw a number of them, including Oburu. Not Oburu, Jaramogi. I went to his house, told him I'm so-and-so and whatever. I just a cocky young man from the UK thinking that what my masters and the greatest thing that is the hesitate Kisumu. And I remember that conversation so well. I walked in and there was a lot of very loud conversation, and I just walked in and they said, come sit down, whatever. And Jaramogi was telling Raila, you must learn what, like from Orengo. Not everything you must throw stones. Not everything you must be violent. There's certain times, and I was there. I've seen it, I've heard it. I don't know how many people will tell you this. But Orengo was Jaramogi's favorite person. Of course, then they went different ways, and they went into, what was that, Anyang Nyong and Jaramogi, and Orengo went in another, and Raila went his own way. So Raila has made his own way, and I have the famous opinion that if Raila was here, if he was, and we're not making him like I would really like to say he's a leader par excellence, but he's also had his faults, like Lila Kweng. He had his faults, and he told us. It's recognizing your faults and trying to recompense them. But if he was allowed, I don't think he would have worked on the two-term, one-term slogan. This is a slogan.
Yeah.
And it's a slogan that's forgetting your policies, forgetting everything. And President Ruto is a very sharp guy.
Yeah.
Maybe even sharper than Moi, but maybe not. Moi was a professor of politics, and they assessed these things. So this two-term one thing is a slogan. And I would, for one, don't want to be part and parcel of this slogan. This issue of Linda Ground, Linda Wananchi, is a slogan, but part of it is made from some desire, personal desire. One, Linda Wananchi is saying, listen, hold on, we must save the soul of ODM, because we were there. Like in 1992, we were there. And you see me, my chest and whatever, we've had tear gas. So some of these other guys that we see are what we call privileged or entitled. Now the entitlement must come. I don't know why Raila in his age had this 5 so-called vice, party leaders, deputy
party leaders.
Why? I don't know.
Maybe he felt the need to have different regions represented.
Why not before? He was able to hold these people. You have now given them entitlement. These are transactional leadership. They are not interested in the soul. They're more interested in power. And we feel that we are going to get power by being in with UDA. I've known UDA. I know the president. One time when I was standing as independent, I did get a call, and I spoke to him. I got a call through somebody else where they asked to see me, and I went to see them. And they said, and I asked them, where are we going to go? He said, no, you are very good with independent. When I asked Raila, what am I doing? He says, Shaquille, you're independently ODM. So stay where you are. So if my boss at that time, person who took me and picked me from nowhere, well, not nowhere, he knew me. And I was a AGM of Diamond Trust. And it was not a small job at that time.
No, big
getting
job.
120, 200,000 a month plus at that time. And gave me to run Kisumu City, where I was getting 20,000 shillings, 30,000
as mayor.
Yes, as allowance. It is, and he told me, Shaquille, your people came here with nothing, and it's absolutely true. Now it's time to give back. So I was giving back.
Okay.
But the point that I'm trying to suggest is this. If you ask me for 1 term, 2 term, I am not part and parcel of any of them.
Yeah.
If the people decide that they are going to give President Ruto a 2nd term, they have decided. You can go and sing till you're blue in the face. If the people are going to be affected by your 1 term, 2 term issue, then it's for them. But I think President Ruto played a very, very good game.
Okay.
And made these people talk 1 term. And the leadership may have and the leadership of the opposition only interested in the word 1 term and 2 term. Not talking about much else.
Mheshimiwa, there's something you've said here when you talk about the deputy party leaders. There are 3, aren't they?
They are 3, yes.
There are 3.
There are 5.
Deputy party leaders.
Deputies.
In
Mombasa.
Abdul Somad.
Kisii.
Simbarati.
Sotsi.
Sorry.
That's it.
No.
There was Joho.
No.
Joho was a deputy party leader, then he became a minister.
No, it was a deputy party. That was it. Joe. And what about Wanga?
Wanga's chairman.
Wanga's
it was the same thing, what we are saying. But he was a chairman for 10 years.
I'm going some with my questioning, Mheshimiwa. You see, you asked a question, and then you more or less answered it. And I'm going to explain to you why I'm saying you more or less answered it. Raila represents an evolutionary process of a politician.
That's correct, yes. Evolutionary or revolutionary?
Evolutionary. Evolutionary as in the politics that he started off with. There was some extreme violence that was associated with Raila at some point in his politics.
Yes.
And how he changed to be somebody who was a peacemaker, and then somebody who seemed to want to have a succession plan. Because all these people we talk of are much, much younger than Raila. Much, much younger. And someone like, say, Sifuna, if you listen to the conversation that Anyang' Nyong'o explained when he became governor, he said, look, he didn't see, I'm paraphrasing, how he was going to be governor and SG. So the discussion around Sifuna and the process of how they got someone like Sifuna, in my mind, I see it as the thinking of somebody who could be looking at a succession plan. Okay? Now, that evolutionary process is marked by, 1, the ability that this individual had to work with somebody who had jailed him, incarcerated him. Evolutionary. Instead of fighting, you seem to be working.
Like Nelson Mandela.
Exactly. Somebody who loses an election, which he says, no, I didn't actually lose this election. And there's evidence I didn't lose it. But is still willing to take a step. I didn't see this until somebody pointed it out to me. And it was some gentleman I met at a science conference. And a Ugandan telling me that, you guys are very funny. Ask Kenya. I said, why? He said, this guy you have called Raila. I said, if it was us, with that election,
civil war.
We would have had a civil war. There is no question about it. When somebody who had a position that is unusual, he disagrees, he moves away. And he didn't start in after 2002.
Yes.
When he stood...
1997.
Exactly.
1992.
Yes, exactly. Somebody who was willing to say, guys, I'm not going to be in this party. I'm joining this party. And I'm willing to take myself to the electorate again. It is rare to see that.
Unique, not rare. I have not seen anybody else.
Yes. I haven't either. I haven't.
I mean, you see all those people right now, like Tindi Ndoro, all those members of so-called rebels of ODM, If they go back to the people right now, and any banner, do you think that he will get it?
I do not think so.
You see, I
don't think
I
so.
sat next to my friend Buddy for 15 years.
Yeah.
We go back to the handset or go back to, you will see me sitting next to Buddy.
In Parliament, yes.
In Parliament. Buddy here, Jambo behind me, Dr. Nikal here. These are people that I used to listen to. Before there was Jacoyo, the late. I would be around with them. And I've listened to Buddy, and we've discussed it about politics, and we discussed management, and we discussed accounting, and we discussed many issues. And even at the time that we objected to the 2024 financial bill,
yes,
if you look, I was the only one who got up and put a banner up. I had 5 banners in my coat pocket. I offered them. I said, let's do what Rengo and Raila and others used to do in the time. He said, no, we don't want to burn ourselves. Tunajua. We don't want to burn. So at that time I did not know Buddy was going to be somewhere. Now I hear he's a good man. He has suffered. But these are people who were on the coattails of Raila. He wanted to be the governor of Homa Bay, and it was given to
Gladys, yes.
So that's why she was made the chair. The point that I'm trying to get to is some of us change. The whole Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde. That's what you see here.
Is it change for the better?
No, I doubt it, because you see now he's a full-time Ruto supporter, which is not bad, which is good.
How is it good?
Because he has made a decision politically. Now he's there, he has a boss. And the boss says, fine here. And he says, yes, sir, I will do it. He says, jump. He asks, how high? It's his decision.
I agree much more.
And when we come now to issues of, I would have never at that time sitting, we would have never allowed the infrastructure fund, for example. If you remember the one MDF in Malaysia, one MDF is same thing, infrastructure fund. Biggest one MDF is Abdul Razak. If you remember that, go back to, it's the same situation in 15 years ago or 12 years ago. It was the same situation. If you look at the infrastructure around in South Africa, same situation. So when you're doing something, you want to look at the results of the other ones. IFMES. When you look at IFMES and go back to Brazil and say, well, why did Kenya do the IFMES? Because you saw something which we didn't see, or they didn't look at others' failures. So these are the situations we need to talk about. So when you come to one term, two term, the point of the issue is, why are you saying one term and two term? Are you saying two term because Ruto needs 10 years to do something? Yeah? And it's so bad now that like Reagan, was it Reagan or the other one, who only went for one term? Biden went for one term in the USA, the other guy before him, Bush.
Bush had 2 terms.
Bush did
No,
2 terms.
there were 2 Bushes, the elder Bush.
Both Bushes
Senior
did 2
Bush.
terms. The person whose second term was cut short was...
Biden did 1 term.
Biden just did 1 term.
Anyway, whatever the situation
The
is.
one who had a scandal.
Yes.
The Watergate scandal. I'm trying to remember the name.
Nixon.
Nixon.
Yes.
Nixon was in his second term. The Watergate scandal is...
No, whatever. I'm trying to say this.
Yeah.
As an MP, when you're first appointed as MP, it takes you 2 or 3 years to solve the problems that you're so-called, that you've inherited. I say so-called.
Please repeat that again. When you are elected,
yes,
It will take you 3 years to do what?
you inherit some problems.
that is what you perceive that you've sometimes you do not, sometimes you do, but it takes you 2 or 3 years
To actually...
to solve the problems
What you've inherited.
I've inherited. Your job is not to say everything that was done by my predecessor I'm cancelling and I'm starting afresh.
No.
Ababu did that and it did not work. The issue was the money was of the people. If your predecessor didn't do the right thing, You're not going to start calling him a thief or whatever. He was your predecessor. You try and finish his job and also respect what he did. Whether he likes you or not for it, that's a different issue. But then you've done 2 years and now you're going to coming into the third year and you're going to the election mode like we are doing right now. So everybody's going to election mode. So my personal opinion is, and my personal, of course, is that if the president is doing so badly, and the Uhuru, he was there 10 years, and he was the decision maker, which was our fault. We allowed Uhuru to come in. And now he's there trying to sort out so-called problems of Uhuru. And he is not the devil. Then maybe the people might say, okay, let's give you the Tutam. Some of the problems that they are talking about, like Shah, like the infrastructure fund, like the housing, are what we call monuments, flagships, monuments, which may or may not work. Like Shah. As bad as Shah is, and as long as people are eating from there, taking it, the money is certain percentages going. It is working for what I have seen. As a Consumers East, we put in 7 million or 8 million into NHIF, of which 2,000 people were from CDF and 1,000 was my own personal. Now we're going to Shah. So when you see Shah, I pay 35,000 shillings per month. And when I go to hospital and my bill is 5 million shillings and they give me 25,000 shillings. Yeah? I'm not objecting because I've got insurance. It's like take from the rich and give it to the poor. What I'm after is to make sure that those poor who are registered for 300 to 500 shillings a month, they are getting their services. They are not. They might get the services when they're going to public hospital, what and what. But what services? That's why we've been fighting for the new Nyanza or Jaramogi Odinga to come out of county government. I've been fighting for it. It's finally out.
Mheshimiwa, did you just say that your deduction for Shah is 35,000?
36,000 something, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When you have that kind of deduction and then you hear your constituents going to hospital and perhaps they have complaints about Shah.
Yes.
Does that not make you want to raise questions?
I do raise questions. I
in
call
Parliament,
Shah.
Yeah.
Even Parliament. You see, sometimes the organization might be built on quicksand. But if it serves the people, I'm okay. If I call Shah and say so-and-so is here, because I've seen certain people who are in cancer. This thing about cancer didn't just happen overnight.
Yes.
From 4 million to 8 million. It didn't happen overnight.
It was fought for.
It was fought for. And when you go for your treatment, and the guys, I know people in Kisumu, many of them who are prostate cancer, and they're going and they're getting 20,000, 50,000, 30,000.
Meaning they get some treatment.
Yes, they do. The only problem they don't have is the medicine. So when you go to Moi General or what is called Jaramogi, you go and have your treatment. You have to be given that one injection. They don't have it. Go and buy it. Now, Shah should be having that medicine. That's now that we've been talking to Shah. Why are you paying for something and the institution doesn't have the medicine? So they're saying now, from now onwards, if anybody should report to us. So I have many cases. I say, for this guy, and they say, okay, we will put that claim under watch, and we will not pay the full claim because they charge you for the medicine, they charge you for this and that. So each visit for Shah in cancer is charging by 80,000 shillings. 50,000. 8 months is 1 year. You can be covered. So those people are covered. The certain people not covered And what happens is somebody goes to Shah and they say, pay the whole year. And they come to me and I pay the whole year. Because it's cheaper for me. Somebody has a growth, we pay it. And I have still not seen a problem. The point is, I don't see the problem, because when I see the problem, I call the chief executive and I call the assessors and whatever. I say, what are ID number such and such, such and such. Why are you only approving so much money and it's going to cost so much? Okay, but you see, this is all done by under AI, and there's some people looking at it. Okay, this hospital is not questionable. We will look at it. But as as much as people hate Duale, and much as he's a human being and he allows, and he's made a lot of money, one of the largest camel holders, and in drugs and everything else, not drugs that were in medicine. He is effective. Because now you see most of the hospitals that are being caught are the ones in Eastleigh. Their own people. And he will tell you this Somali, this guy does this. There are certain hospitals in Kisumu. City.
Yes.
When I became the chairman of New Nyanza at that time.
Yes.
So if you are not dead and you go to New Nyanza, you will die. It was a fact. When you were passing New Nyanza, you could smell the mortuary on the main road. So we made changes. And now New Nyanza is clean as whatever. But there are no drugs. But there are very good people there. I want to raise and say, pay tribute to one, George Rai, Dr. Rai. He tried.
The late
Rai. I mean, there was also Odonti, there was Juliana. These were
Dr. Juliana for the longest time.
They were doctors,
Yes.
Juliana. I was a chair and I would find Odonti checking the roof and I said, Odonti, doctor, you're one of the best surgeons I know. What in God's name are you doing up there? So we changed the structure, put a CEO. So what I'm trying to suggest is all it needs. And at one time we had the best operation theatre in Africa, in Kenya, New Nyanza. All it needs, because it's a Russian hospital. And I remember when we were trying to break this wall and do this, it was near, we used to have to bring those big, those percussion drills, hammers. They were built well. So I'm trying to suggest that some of these things, whether it was a short-term solution to a long-term problem or the other way around, will be defined. NHIF, the truth of the matter is there were less than 10 million, 6 million people
who had subscribed to.
I subscribed.
Yes.
And then there was the special NHIF for civil servants.
Yes.
Now, if the figures are right, there are nearly 18 million. 12, 13 million.
It's actually, if you look at the numbers, you're talking about almost double the number that NHIF
But if you just look at Kisumu, Kisumu East,
yes,
I can show you 2,000. Kisumu East.
Yes.
2,000.
Which
we paid for.
We have 5 minutes and there's something I want you to talk about.
Yes.
The SGR.
Yes.
Because the SGR to Kisumu is going to pass through your constituency.
I know, we fought for that for a long time. You see, some of these things you don't see. I've been fighting for that, and the Chigarabo Road tarmac for 20 years, and the one from end of the container depot to Kibos for over 20 years. Now, when it came to this SGR, luck is this, that they wanted to take it to Kisumu further. I fought to bring it back, and everything worked for us because there was space. So it's now coming into my constituency. Yes. It is going to change Kibos completely and totally. The Kibos railway station, where they had demolished all those things, is going to be now a sort of storage of this and that, oil or whatever. And from my point of view, you have given me my flagship. So on the 21st, when he comes to break ground, I will say thank you.
Okay.
No, I asked Moi, I asked Kibaki, I asked Kibaki, I asked Uhuru, I asked Ruto. It is only in the Ruto time that we actually got the budget, and we're fighting for it for a long time for the tarmac road. So let's come back to this issue. 1 term, 2 term. My personal issue is this. If me as a member of parliament can get A, B, C, D, E.
Yes.
And it's for the people. And you ask me, I say, I'll give Ruto a 2nd term. Because I know the other guys. You know, it's one time you talk to the opposition, you don't know who you're talking to.
Why? I mean, there are several of them. You're talking to Kalonzo, there's Matiang'i,
there's Kalonzo, there's
Karua. There is, forgetting the rest, there's Eugene Wamalwa.
All bitter people who have lost.
Okay.
And there's Stephen, then there's Kalonzo, then there's Musyoka.
Yes. Oh, so Kalonzo is 3 in 1.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sometimes you don't know who you're talking to.
Okay.
And then you see there is what we call bitterness. If they can come together and give a vision for Kenya.
All right.
Rather than 1 term, 2 term. That's not a vision.
All right.
That's not a vision. Tell us the vision. And I want to finally tell you one thing. We might get there. When you go to China, and I've been to China a number of times, I've been the chairman of the Kenya-China Parliamentary Friendship Group for 15 years, or 10 years plus. There are places they wanted to move people from the farms and take them and build them nice houses like they are built here. Multi-structure. 10 rooms, 20 rooms, 20 floors. There's one or two cases, not one or two, many. Now they're coming up. Pig farm. Starts from the 20th floor when the pig is born. All mechanical. Up to the time the pig is slaughtered, packed, etc.
This pig farm has been constructed
in a 20-story
house.
And there are fish farms.
20-story farm.
Yeah.
Yes, 20 stories.
Okay.
They had no other choice. You were when you were in your youth. When I went to study in the UK, there was a 20-story or 15-story building in East London. They used to call it the piggeries. Do you remember that? Maybe you were younger than I.
I know, I've heard of the name, but I've never seen
the
it.
The piggeries.
Yes.
And they were being sold. And my father was very interested, and there were £1 to be paid £1. Then I told him, Dad, £1, look at what it says. You're going to spend over £1 million, and we don't have that sort of money. But you see, the piggeries was a wrong project at the wrong time.
Okay.
But thereafter, when they brought the piggeries down, then came the Olympic Games. And the same spot, they built the same building, but a higher quality. And that East London area, Dalston and whatever, now are the places to live in the in London. Better than Hendon, better than others. So it's the time. Now whether those houses that I've seen, Makasembo and others, I have never in my life ever thought, even as the mayor of Kisumu, and we thought about what to do with national housing, etc. Never in my life did I think I would see all those story buildings.
Do you know? What
have you seen them?
Yes, I have. I've even seen the Lapset houses. I've seen them. Anyone who hasn't been to Kisumu in a while looks and says, they ask, what are these? And you say, these are these developments that you've heard of. Those are the affordable housing. And they are huge, and they are
now coming out to affordable housing. I've got a minute or so. Affordable by whom? I purchased one.
You did?
Yes, in Makasembo, 4.2 million for a 3-bedroom. When you do that rental, and they're trying to do it on rental, the rental is not going to work for less than 30,000, 40,000 over a 12-year period, a 15-year period. Who's going to finance it?
It is unaffordable for most people.
90% of the people is unaffordable. Now the question is, maybe you'll go back to the Johannesburg initiative which happened with the Johannesburg and the slum area of Alexandria. They did it a little different. If you did the Kibera one here, they built when Raida went to see South Africa. And I told him, sir, you've not looked at how these guys are going to live there. You bet the Kibiras gave people their right. They moved out and they went back to Kibera and rented that place out. So that's the logic. Sometimes you have to work with what the people want, not what you think that the people want.
True. Mheshimiwa, we've come to the end of the show, but
Yes.
I'll allow you some 40 seconds to make comments on the National Infrastructure Fund.
The National Infrastructure Fund, the idea is good. The execution will now make the difference. The IFMIS was a good, but there were people went and made molds into it. So in the infrastructure, if you've allowed, as a member of parliament and in charge of chairman of the African Parliamentarians Against Corruption, we have something called corruption proofing. There is no corruption proofing here.
Okay.
People are making that infrastructure fund is not going through the budget. There's got no supervision whatsoever. You are giving somebody carte blanche. Now it depends on how sincere that person is. Now we are going to go and get a board of non-politicians. He said non-failed politicians. Muga.
Yes.
CT.
Yes.
Call me in 6 months' time or whatever, and I'll give you 10,000 shillings if there is no politician on the board. And if not, you'll give me 10,000 shillings. There are going to be.
Muhesh, we'll definitely need you back to have this conversation on the National Infrastructure Fund for sure. But this is where we come to a close. Thank you so much.
I'm very grateful. Thank you so much.
Karibu sana.
Yeah, I'm sorry I have a sore throat.
It's okay. You'll get well.
I was talking about Pan-African University.
You went to you went to give a talk there.
And I only talked about it because I realized that I'm off the air, I hope.
No,
You're still on air.
You're still on air, but let me do this. Let me play the news so that you can tell us about Pan-African University. Don't go too far, folks. In the next hour, we're having a conversation around urban planning with Patrick Adolwa.
Comfort Living Moments, brought to you by Tile and Carpet Kenya.
As the prayer martyrs lead, find warmth in our comforting rugs, creating soft, meaningful spaces for your morning reflection and gratitude.
Comfort Living Moments, brought to you by Tile and Carpet Kenya. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The Nairobi County government has announced a 30-day waiver on fees and approvals needed for property repairs after recent floods damaged homes and businesses in the city. In a notice issued on Wednesday, the county said the move is meant to speed up repairs on houses, businesses and public facilities affected by the heavy rains. Acting County Secretary Godfrey Akumali said the directive from the governor's office is intended to ease the burden on residents and allow urgent repair works to begin quickly. Police in Kakamega are investigating an incident where 2 bodies were found in a rented house in Maraba area outside town. One of the deceased is Tariel Lubonga, a third-year student. His father, Moses Lubonga, discovered the body after he could not reach him.
Nilikuja kumuona asubuhi ya leo baada ya kumkosa jana. Nilipoangalia kwa mlango nikaona damu. Alafu nikajua kwamba humo si kuzuri. Alafu tuka inform polisi. Kijana anaishi peke yake. Anaishi kwa peke yake na attendants wengine.
Amekuwa mwanafunzi tu mzuri, mpole, ananga maneno mengi. So most of the time yenye mimi nilikuwa namuona alikuwa mwanafunzi mzuri. Sijaiona kivurugana na mtu yoyote.
Laikipia Senator John Kinyua is calling for action over the poor state of Nyahururu-Rumuroti Road in the county. Kinyua says the damaged road threatens local businesses and is dangerous for drivers, causing accidents that have led to deaths. He was speaking on the floor of the Senate yesterday.
The Nyahururu Muruti A4 road, a vital trunk road serving Laikipia County and the wider Mount Kenya region, has deteriorated into a risky state that endangers motorists, pedestrians, and public at large. Despite repeated maintenance interventions by the Kenya National Highway Authority, KENHA, the road remains plagued by extensive potholes, narrowing carriageways, poor markings, blind curves, and unsafe service and durations. These defects have contributed to frequent accidents and tragic loss of lives.
Questions are emerging over 68 million Kenya shillings expenditure in Samburu County after key county officials failed to appear before the Senate. Governor Lati Lelelit appeared before the Senate County Public Investments Committee to respond to issues raised by the Office of the Auditor General, including a disclaimer on the county's financial records. However, the governor told senators that the officials expected to explain the spending had disappeared in Nairobi, leaving him alone to face tough questions from the committee.
The entire team that was supposed to be here from Samburu Water Company is not here. We had their calls in the morning, now we can't get them. That is the truth. I don't want to. So it is very difficult for us to handle reports on those people who are signatories to accounts and everything else. They are not here. So that's why I was asking. Maybe we can continue calling them. I'm sure they're in Nairobi. They came to Nairobi. That I can tell you the truth. They're in Nairobi. Lakini wamepotea. Sijui kwa nini.
At least 30 people have been killed in floods and landslides triggered by heavy rainfall in the Gamo zone of southern Ethiopia, local officials have said. Authorities reported that most people had died in highland areas where saturated slopes gave way after days of intense rain. Officials have urged residents in vulnerable areas to take precautions. Torrential rains have unleashed widespread flooding across East Africa in recent days. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. The Chelsea goalkeeper Philip Jorgensen made a costly mistake as Paris Saint-Germain took a 3-goal lead in their Champions League last 16 tie. Chelsea had pulled the score back to 2-2, but Jorgensen's pass went straight to Bradley Barcola, and a shot from Vitinha gave PSG the lead again. Substitute Kavicha Kvaratskhelia then scored twice more, including a brilliant strike from the edge of the box and a last-minute finish, making it 5-2 and leaving Chelsea with a big challenge for the second tie. Kai Havertz scored a late penalty as Arsenal came from behind to draw with Bayer Leverkusen in their Champions League last 16 first leg at the Bay Arena. Havertz, who played 10 years at Leverkusen before joining Chelsea in 2020, scored in the 89th minute after Noni Madueke was fouled by Malik Tillman. Arsenal had fallen behind earlier when Robert Andrich headed in a corner from Alex Grimaldo just 1 minute into the second half. And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. Welcome back to Radio Generation. The time right now is 11 minutes past 8 o'clock. And like I said, in this hour, we want to have a conversation around city planning. But before we do that, allow me just to recognize a few of you who are watching and listening, but I might not be able to read your messages. There's Perceptronium, Michael Olande, Majo Kabariako, kuna Nick Bala as well, Zen, good morning, and The Real SC. I see your messages, The Real SC. Quite interesting what you are saying. Perhaps we shall get time to talk about it. Right now, though, allow me to introduce our guest for this hour, Patrick Silili Adolwa. He's a planner and urban specialist. We want to talk about the nexus between floods and city planning in Nairobi. Why we have lost so many people to floods, not just in Nairobi, but all over this country. And I think it is something that perhaps could have been avoided. And it has been said several times by, many people, specialists and amateurs as well, that the fact that people have died, that was absolutely avoidable. Patrick, good morning and welcome back to Radio Generation.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm quite fine.
I'm about to pitch tent here permanently.
Why not? Yeah, I invited you and I told you, why don't you just have an office?
Well, I thought it was a joke. Now I think it's coming to fruition.
Let's make it a reality, eh?
Yes.
Floods on Friday. People swept away. People died. Property destroyed. And so much that perhaps people are, still trying to uncover and recover. What is the connection between planning and what we saw? Because we know for a fact, and we've had these conversations with other people as well, where they tell us, Nairobi isn't well planned. We don't have good drainage systems. We do not have a good sewerage system. We don't have good waterways and so on and so forth. But from your perspective, what is the issue?
Thank you so much. I think as I begin to speak to this issue, it is very emotive. People are very emotional about it. I have been to several meetings lately. I've been to several media houses, and at some of those meetings, the discussions have been very difficult because people have territoriality when you speak to things like floods and planning and so on and so forth. But any territory can flood, not just the city. Even rural places do experience floods. And so it's a phenomenon that can happen anywhere. It's all over the place. Flooding is a consequence of rain, sometimes excess rain. But here we're talking about climate change. But the truth of the matter is the territories in which people live, where human settlements are found, are fragile ecosystems. When left alone, the natural drainage systems will work. Okay? Because Nairobi was always here. And whenever it flooded, the water found its course. Wherever it went, there were rivers. Several rivers in Nairobi, 4 rivers, for example. There are higher areas, there are lowlands, flat areas, so certain topography. But there's something called urbanization. Okay? So Nairobi is established in 1895, a small railway station or something like that. And it grows, and over the years, it becomes a municipality in 1954, somewhere there. The population is manageable. Some plans are made. They are made around that population. It's a small population and some reasonable territory. So the planning is sensitive to the population that is there then. It's sensitive to the topography, the geography, so to speak, the geology, hydrology, and so on and so forth. Very important factors.
Right.
Remember, we're talking about physical planning. It's a term I hardly ever use, but in the context of this conversation, I think it is appropriate, very apt to use the word physical planning, because we're dealing with a physical environment where there is a confluence of a lot of physical activities. There is storm, there is transport issues, there is a lot of population influx into the space, same territory. So between 1954, maybe a population of 50,000 people, 60,000, maybe 100,000, 1954, to 5 million people today. So you find yourself with a lot of people in that same small territory.
Yeah.
And this territory, for very many years, has been described as a fragile ecosystem. You know, it's a basin. One side, it's hilly on the Ngong side. But on the Machakos side, you know, Eastland, it's a floodplain. So, yes. I mean,
floodplain.
It is flood.
Okay.
Plain, okay. So, there is inbuilt vulnerability in that system. Okay. So, when water comes up, from the higher side to the lower side, that's natural drainage, okay?
Yes.
But when humans settle into that territory, there's a certain exposure. Certain exposure happens because human beings have occupied territory, sometimes haphazardly. But that is where planning begins to be relevant. Is territory a free-for-all? Can you settle anywhere you like? Can you develop any of these territorial areas within that ecosystem the way you like? Some are steep, slopes. Some are, geologically fragile, and so on and so forth. So a lot of topographical, geological issues, hydrological issues happening in the same space. Of course, I mean, in different areas of a defined territory that is Nairobi.
Yes.
So, the interaction between all these natural forces and population and economic activities actually does generate some risks, okay? Does generate heighten some risks, that can happen in this territory anytime.
Yeah.
So I think it's a long story, but I'm just trying to create a situation where I'm painting a picture of a territory that is ill at ease. It's now, particularly with climate change, there is increase in rainfall. Between the figures are that from 1984 to 2016, rainfall has increased in Nairobi by 50%.
Yeah.
50%. You know what 50% increase
50%
of anything is?
Is quite a lot.
Yes. But that rainfall has increased in a territory that has a population increase, a huge population increase. So what are we talking about? We are talking about people in a very, very fragile ecosystem, an ecosystem that is ill at ease in terms of its ability to carry people and activities.
Climate change, the way it was predicted, the prediction that is currently being witnessed was made in the 70s and the 80s. Yet we haven't really done much about it, specifically from an African perspective. We haven't. I don't see us doing anything about it in terms of our urban planning, because we knew for a fact our populations were growing for sure. So we needed to plan around that now. And if I come specifically to Kenya, because this is where we live, if I look at even how we are constructing current cities, current urban spaces, it's like we are still not putting that into consideration. Case in point, what we see in South Sea and other areas. The constructions around those areas, Kilimani, Kileleshwa, it's like that one is not being considered. It's like we do not factor in that piece of information that has been there for decades.
Yes and no. Okay. Kenya is very famous. At the last discussion I sat at Nation, which was just 2 nights ago, there were many professionals in that meeting, and they all kept saying, we've got data, we have information, we have skill and all these things. I don't know the city watched that episode. It was a scramble for people to prove that there is no shortage of either data, spatial data, or any other data, demographic.
And that there's no shortage of expertise.
And what would I say? A plethora of skills that can be applied, So Kenya is not short of information or skills. But when I tried to broach the subject of governance, I think people were like, what the hell is he talking about? Because what do you mean when you say governance? And everybody balked and said, no, I think you're taking us off the track. I said, yeah, but if you have all this data, if you have all these skills, if you have all this knowledge and information, what is it that stops you from applying it in a manner befitting of your mandate, for example, as the person constitutionally mandated to run the affairs of the city? So, very quickly, the subject of governance becomes extremely important. You need to coordinate things. You need to implement plans. You need to actually make them before you implement them. And there is no shortage of Nairobi's hydrological cycles.
Yeah.
Everybody knows. Everybody knows about Nairobi's geology. I mean, there are thousands of documents published around Nairobi's geology, Nakuru's geology, rainfall patterns. You know, you can get all this information. But the critical thing is, how do you use this information, and to what intent and purpose do you put this information? So that brings us to the low priority given to the concept planning. When you talk to many people about planning, they tell you, nah, we're not going to give money to that. Hiyo ni makaratasi mnatengeza tu. Michoro. But that's how dangerous it is when you think about who sits in the city county assembly.
Right.
Does that person think seriously about planning? It looks like a distant, far-fetched notion. Planning? No, we just want to build things. We want to do markets. We want to do roads.
People need markets. Yes.
People need markets. People need roads. Now, remember, this territory is fragile. It needs to be charted. It needs to be mapped out. It needs to be properly managed. But can you manage if you do not map out, if you do not do your data analysis and all that? Nobody gives you money for data. Nobody gives you money for analysis. Nobody gives you money for planning. It becomes a debate. Hii tutafanya baadaye. Hii haistahili kupewa kipaumbele. And so budgets for planning are extremely constrained, even when they are allocated. And I must give credit to the city county that it has, in many instances, tried to provide budgets. But those budgets have been reallocated to more important things.
I thought this is the most important.
It's perception.
Okay.
And it is the quality of leadership you have. Okay? So if you do not plan in a flood plain, if you do not plan in fragile ecosystems, if you do not plan territory that has been, invaded by human beings and economic activities and so on and so forth, if you do not have a strategy for ensuring that only those places and that are habitable are settled, and that fragile ecosystems are protected, and that transportation systems, whatever it is in the right places, that thinking is extremely difficult to instill in people.
I could have sworn I have seen something somewhere like city and urban planning, whether it's a department, a ministry, or something. There's something like that exists in this country.
Not something. There's
someone.
That is a department. When you're talking about the municipalities, there was always a department of planning.
But
always.
What I'm saying is that thing exists today.
Yes. Whether you're talking about the reality or the thinking behind it. You see, remember the dichotomy that we speak of in this country is the understanding, one, of theoretically what ought to be done, and it is documented. What we're discussing here is a practice. Okay?
So that things they exist, but they are not being used.
Well, they're ignored. You see, it is not as though those who are in the county government, who work as the superintendents of the county government, they are called the county assembly. It is not that they are completely ignorant of the term planning. That isn't a priority. The priority is how they can get rich quickly. Now, what we have established as the mode by which you get rich quickly in this country is, first of all, you attempt to become elected. Note, I'm not saying elected leader, because being elected as a politician and being a leader are two very different things. So once you become elected, and you have a position of power, you use that power to extort, for instance, the county governor. You use that particular power to ensure you get allocations, either in terms of business
tenders.
Yes, or you look for government land that was allocated either to a school or a hospital, and you try and find ways in which you can actually excise it for your own purposes. Or if you know that there are specific regulations and requirements which are within what we refer to as zoning, you find ways of going around these ordinates. Now, these are things that are part and parcel of the occupation of people who are elected. Now, they find ready-made officials within either the national or the county government who are willing to help them. So, yes, the departments will exist. The practice is what you're discussing, where you find there's a high rise, where you find you're talking of riparian land being built on. That now is the manifestation of our practice. And it is a growth industry because we haven't entrenched the disregard for the law sufficiently. So it's like a new government comes in and they set a new bar for disregarding the law. They set a new bar for extortion. They set a new bar for trying to amass wealth in any way possible, without considering that there'll be consequences. And if I may add, there will be consequences.
Yeah, like we are seeing right now.
Yes.
You couldn't have put it better. Town planning and, by extension, urban management is in decline in Kenya, unfortunately, compared to the pre-devolution period when we had municipalities directly linked to the Ministry of Local Government. And I worked in that system for a while. And I also worked in the ministry itself, and I was in charge of urban development and supervising planning around all the municipalities in Kenya. So I do have some understanding of how weak the municipal planning departments were then, but today they are even weaker, because they are extensions of the county department. Municipalities are not really in semi-autonomous as they are supposed to be, municipal boards. That was the intention, with some leverage to do things. But they are like departments of the county government being run by remote control, from the county.
Okay.
But municipalities should be entities on their own, managing day-to-day operations in their own territories, which is the...
Patrick, what is a municipality?
What is a municipality?
Yes.
You want a definition?
Yes, I want a definition. I want to understand it. I want to understand. When you talk about a municipality,
yes.
What is it, and do we still have municipalities? And how different are they from the municipalities we had before?
Well, it is a territory by law established, currently under the Urban Areas and Cities Act, with some jurisdiction, some mandates to preside over operations and service delivery, from water to street lights to garbage to storm drainage and storm management, for example. And that is very critical to the discussion we're having today. And in the olden days, we used to have mayors. And Shaquille Shabir, Honorable Shaquille, that has you've just hosted, used to be the mayor of Kisumu when I was the city director of planning in Kisumu. And you can imagine a person of the authority of Shaquille, being in the mayor's seat. He had authority, he had power, he could direct things. We could talk about garbage collection or sewer or water reticulation. Those were huge responsibilities of the municipalities. Today, not so. I think the municipalities have paled in their stature, and they are extensions, or if you like, appendages of the county government, and they do not have the necessary financial muscle. They don't have the freedom to collect the revenues that they're supposed to collect. They still depend on the disbursement from the county headquarters, and therefore they're extremely weak. So that's my definition of a municipality.
So, do I hear you to be saying that when you have a city
can
have within its geographical boundaries municipalities?
I have said this many times. I know where you're coming from.
Yes.
I think you're bringing me back to Nairobi.
Yes, I am.
And I think you want me to speak a little bit more about how we can manage the territory that is
precisely,
Nairobi.
and the management or the absence of that management.
Yes.
And how it contributes to the problems we have, because this monolith we refer to as Nairobi,
yes,
and the current manner in which the management is constituted doesn't work. It's not that.
Are we driving towards barrows here?
Yeah.
Yes, but
yes.
Again, the question is, barras is not provided for in our constitution. It's not provided for in our law. Barras is a sexy idea. That it's a name that sounds very good. But
Johnson Sakaja sold it very well.
Well, he did, but is it working for us? I think.
What do we have in our constitution?
He actually never even implemented that thing. But
well, the Urban Areas and Cities Act says that you can establish municipalities if you reach certain population thresholds.
Yes.
Okay, and to me that is what is really important. But we must make the distinction very clear between what we can do in county territories that are not city counties like Nairobi, and what we can do with Nairobi as a county. And there are people who argue, I don't know, for whatever reason, that we cannot have municipalities in Nairobi. But I think there's nothing in the Urban Areas and Cities Act that precludes the establishment of municipalities in Nairobi, because all the sub-counties of Nairobi actually more than meet the threshold for establishment of municipalities.
Based on the population of these sub-counties.
Absolutely. There are places in Nairobi that actually have thresholds that are can qualify them for city status by themselves. I mean, you're talking about Embakasi.
That can be a city by itself.
People. Yes. Have you been to Utawala?
I have been to Utawala, yes.
Yes. You can. Utawala is bigger than Kisumu, even if people don't want to accept it.
Have you accepted?
It is.
Yes. It's just a simple fact.
I'm asking because he's from there.
I am also from there, but if you tell people in Kisumu that Utawala is bigger than them, they will probably be very upset. But we are talking about population, we are talking about geographic area, we're talking about economies. So how do you manage Utawala from the city center? How do you manage Westlands? How do you manage Karen? Have you been to Kasarani?
Yes, I have.
Okay, do you know what happens there?
Apart from the stadium where people play games?
Yes. Have you been to the
residential area?
Residential district?
Yes, I have.
Don't you think it deserves to have a mayor of its own managing the activities there?
Yes, it does.
So if you do not decentralize the city to the extent that you can have manageable units, then you're going to have the mess that we have. Because, this monolithic territory that we call Nairobi is amorphous. It is difficult to manage from one central station. But the effort that is called the bara is a tiny effort. It's token. We need to establish something proper. If we were to revisit that, I think this is the opportunity, because the question is, have the barras worked for us? Is there an alternative? And I think at this point, I refuse to apportion blame anymore. I think we need to have conversations that help our country to make good decisions about the way forward, because when you have a flood of this magnitude, then you need to begin thinking about this solution, not someone to apportion blame.
Because we've had several presidents before,
Yes.
and then of course we've had several governors before. Over a period of decades, and forget even when devolution was, we had devolution, even before devolution, we've had this problem of flooding for a very long time. No one has ever come up with something tangible. Is it because of lack of expertise? Is it because we just don't care? What is the problem? Because if we have folks like you who work within this territory of ours that is called Kenya, that can have this kind of foresight and this kind of conversation, surely someone somewhere should have said, by the way, kuna jamaa hito Patrick na wengine walisema hii kitu inaweza fanyika.
Yes, but I keep on coming back to the subject of governance. Muga spoke to it.
Yes.
He spoke to, why do people run for public office?
I would say to serve us.
Yes.
Really?
Yeah. The theory is,
I would say,
the theory is we run for public office to serve public interest. Okay, but the reality could be different. Okay. Sometimes people also say that professionals have let down a country, but professionals are not elected leaders. Professionals do not have mandate. They have skill that they're willing to donate or to put on the table. Sometimes they sell it, okay? I mean, if you're hired as a consultant, you're willing to. But they're also willing to do things pro bono. I do not think that we have reached the level of unpatriotism that we cannot also donate services to our own country for free. I mean, after all, we live here. So you don't have to pay us to serve ourselves. So the question is, what's the governance like? I mean, do we have someone who has a long-term commitment to solving the problem of floods? Remember, that's only one strand you have selected. There are other problems in the city. There are transportation issues, okay? There are security issues, there are economic issues. So the flood is just one, and if it can overwhelm you, then it means that the transport issues will be on the back burner for an even longer time. So you need to look at it in a comprehensive way. You need to integrate things and so on and so forth. But if you do not give planning the resources required, if you do not give it the priority that it requires, if people sitting in the assembly are only interested in 5-year cycles and elections, then you will not be Singapore, you will not be Japan, because those guys think 50 years, they think 100 years, they think 200 years. They build mega tunnels, they build major waterworks, they do everything on a scale that you cannot imagine. And I can tell you, I've been to those places. When I come back, when I'm at the airport, I sometimes wonder, do I have the skills these people have? But even the few skills I have I exhausted them? Are the skills available for anyone to use? And those are the questions you're posing.
Yes.
I think they are legitimate questions, but who bears the greatest responsibility when things fall apart is a question that we need to really address.
Governance obviously will play the major role. I wanted to say a major role, but I realize it's the only role that it plays as far as the problems we are currently facing. So now, then, what needs to be done going forward? Because, like you've said, let's stop blaming. Let's now take responsibility and just decide that this is what needs to be done. We are having and it's the reason I'm using unfortunate so many times is because I don't see it changing anytime soon. We are having these politicians that are in charge of exactly what you've just said.
I choose to be optimistic because I want to live here. So I mean, I don't want to have to paint an apocalypse of a situation. I think we all should begin to say, look, these floods are a big lesson to us. Even if there is somebody somewhere who has neglected his responsibilities, I think we must persuade him to seriously think about the centrality of planning in these things. And wherever you are, whatever you're doing, we are imploring you to give planning center stage in all matters, city development, city management, because without a plan, you're flying your plane without a flight path, a flight plan. There are no radars to guide you. You're just flying blind. And I repeat, you are flying blind. You need a plan, you need a strategy to help you to navigate the choppy waters, the floods, the chaos in land use, and so on and so forth. But all is not lost. Again, we go back to governance, because Nairobi actually has made efforts to to prepare a climate action plan. It was done some 3 years ago, I think 3-4 years ago. And the tragedy is that there is a disconnect between that climate action plan and what we're seeing now, because if that action plan had been implemented, perhaps aspects of what is going on now would probably be work in progress.
Okay.
You would see some activities that are being implemented as the implementation phase of the Nairobi Action Plan, and therefore the floods have been flagged in the Nairobi Action Plan 2020-2050 as a central issue that needs to be taken care of. And so that's because rainfall has increased many-fold.
Yes,
50%. Between 1984 and 2016, and again, the developments that are going on in Nairobi have increased so much because of increased urbanization, and the development has brought about impervious, many roads, many buildings, which means that the total area that was available to allow for percolation and natural drainage have reduced to a certain extent. But several things need to happen so that floods can be contained, erosion and landslides and land subsidence can be reduced, and that risks can be minimized. So that's what the Nairobi Action Plan speaks to. But there is very little in terms of a champion for that. Again, it's a governance issue. You see, it's one thing to prepare an action plan, but it is another thing for somebody to
implement
it, take up the responsibility of the champion to implement it. Now, those are the governance issues. When I speak to governance, people misunderstand. But look, professionals can prepare your action plan, but where is the goodwill to implement it? Where are the budgets requisite to implement? Where is the role and place of people in your action plan? Because you must implement this action plan to de-risk this territory from floods and other, unforeseen climate change, hazards. And they are going to happen. So this Nairobi Climate Action Plan is conceptualized in the context of climate change. So somebody has figured out that there must be a very specific response in Nairobi to climate change. But beyond figuring out that, there is no concerted action in terms of implementation, and that is a governance issue.
Nairobi and the national government have come together. They had this agreement, some 80 billion thing going on, and then now I'm thinking that the national government will handle our garbage, from what I understand. I'm just using layman language here. So handle drainage, our water supply, and I think also just maintaining our waste management. Do you think that this is going to help in any way, shape or form?
I like the way you have selected the critical elements that form part of the solution, because you see, there is an existing system, drainage system. Okay, it's a very outmoded system. It's inadequate. The drainage system is inadequate given the population size and the development around. But so is the solid waste management system. It's broken down, it's primitive, it's not properly operationalized. We used to have a very robust city department of waste management in this country, in Nairobi particularly. And they did
actually it was in all the major towns.
It was in all the major towns.
Of this country.
In all the major towns. We had sanitary landfills, and we had very good schedules for collecting. But again, the cities were small and the populations were small, and so we managed at that level.
Yes.
Populations of 50,000 to 100,000 people.
That's manageable.
Today, we are talking about millions. But have we scaled up? Certainly not. Have we improved on urban management? We don't think about it very seriously. We don't. I can tell you as an urban expert.
Yeah, we don't.
Okay? So cities are really in dire neglect. So when you talk about garbage in the city of Nairobi, when you talk about drainage systems that are dysfunctional, these are the issues. But is there somebody dedicated to this to the level and extent that is required?
So we're still coming back to governance.
It's governance. It's urban management. And urban management is a governance issue.
Yes.
Okay? That's a governance issue. So Now, garbage, unfortunately, or solid waste management contributes hugely to the floods that we have in the city, because it finds its way in drainage systems, and apart from soil erosion and other forms of activities that clog up the drainage system, because it's not properly managed. It's managed willy-nilly. Sometimes it's commercialized, but it is political commercialization. And when people are given contracts, they collect and dump the garbage in places that sometimes end up in blockages and so on and so forth. So we need a candid conversation about our culture, our urban culture, our municipal culture, our management culture. Again, this is not to be underestimated. Some of the symptoms we see as floods are consequences of our urban culture. Our political culture and our management culture. And so all these things contribute to the situation that we have. Inadequate drainage systems that are clogged because of solid waste and so on and so forth, not done properly. Inadequate solid management systems and policies and structures and so on and so forth. A lot of municipal things are in flux, so to speak, and actually need recalibration. But again, planning, whether it is strategic planning at the organizational level, or whether it is physical planning, or whether it is budgeting, I can tell you 3 plans: the physical, the fiscal, and the strategic planning, the corporate, are things that are really not given center stage.
Let me ask you, do you think the construction of the Nairobi Expressway has contributed partly to some of the problems you saw on Friday?
I don't want to be too simplistic.
Okay.
It could be, but in terms of hard surfaces...
But how would it?
It can. It can, because if you're talking about impervious surfaces, okay? One of the arguments, and it's not coming from me, it's coming from Nairobi Action Plan.
Yeah.
It says the surfaces, impervious surfaces, have increased by 162%. So that is significant, which means that, yes, the more we build, the more we introduce surfaces.
These hard surfaces,
hard surfaces that increase runoff. But is there a corresponding, construction and planning and design of drainage systems? Okay, so here, Kura, who recently did what they call a climate resilient infrastructure strategy. In one of the strategy recommendations or action points, it was recommended that even though there's a lot of flooding that happens on the roads, okay, even though a lot of road infrastructure is vulnerable to climate hazards and so on and so forth, but there is something beyond the road that has to be done. Okay, because all these areas contribute to the floods. But if you do not have a citywide drainage master plan, storm drainage master plan, then it doesn't matter. Whatever you do on the roads is not going to give you the solution. Okay. So even as you handle the roads as Kura in their strategy, and you climate proof the roads, you adapt the roads and to climate and so on and so forth, make them a little more climate resilient. You need to make the land use, the fabric, the urban fabric, you need to make it a little bit more climate adaptive. Okay?
Yeah.
So you need to build a massive storm drainage infrastructure that can last 50, 100 years.
City, the reason I was asking about the existence of the expressway and, maybe how it connects to the flooding we saw on Friday is because for the very first time, that area between Consolata and the museum, the flooding was huge. Like it from what I've seen, I've never seen something like that before, especially on Waiyaki Way. And then I remember there's this river that goes through the museum, goes into Mishuki Park, and then joins, And perhaps I was asking myself that maybe that water was supposed to go into that river. Maybe, I don't know. And for some strange reason, because of this road construction here, maybe there was some obstruction somewhere. And let's not forget there are several other establishments that have been built there. For example, there's the JW Marriott Hotel, and kuna twingine tumeongezeka in the last couple of years, the last 2-3 years. Maybe I was just thinking out loud, could there be a connection between those the constructions and the flood that we saw on Friday?
Those were not empty spaces.
Before.
No,
yes.
There were buildings there.
They were redeveloped.
Yes,
yes.
The surface that was developed was then much huger, but it could very well be. You see, why I asked the question was for a very simple reason. Here I'm going to be simplistic. When you have a culture where we do understand what needs to be done, we actually budget for it, but we have absolutely no intention whatsoever of ensuring that we implement what we budgeted for. The budget is so that the money is released, and then the money finds other uses other than the one for which it was intended. Now, it's a culture we have established, it's a culture we have entrenched. And for me, the wake-up call that we had actually arrived at a point where this was now normalized and it was part of our national practice and a participatory sport was when we had something called Aurora and Kimwarer. It was a lovely story.
Yeah.
The ground was as God made it, and yet...
But even as we speak to acts of God, I think I'm listening to you, Mbuvi, speaking to describing some territories and wondering what happened. Is it that these territories have been invaded by buildings?
Yeah.
And it is true, according to the Nairobi Action Plan, there has been loss of wetlands and green spaces. You know what land grabs do.
Right.
Sometimes you have these natural systems that you call swamps or wetlands, and people think that they don't make sense. We should clear them. I think what they don't understand is that those are sponges designed by nature to trap water, storm drainage, runoff, and so on and so forth. So God, in His wisdom, allowed this territory to soak in water and so on and so forth. But human beings, in their
infinite wisdom,
finite wisdom,
decided that we didn't need wetlands or green spaces, and they overran them. And unfortunately, it's just us. It's not someone else who came from Mars. And they built on natural waterways. And sometimes you got into trouble if you marked those places as undevelopable. If you refused to approve plans, sometimes you got electrocuted for refusing to do that. But again, the action plan speaks to weak flood risk management and planning systems. So our planning systems have been weak, but they've also not been inclined towards climate change. As City put it before, planning was popular because it was the place where people got their lucrative plots, the most high-end plot that you could get. If you're in that department or if you are responsible for matters planning, you are the person to go to if somebody wanted to make a quick 300 million shillings.
Wow.
Because, I mean, it's land.
Yes.
So planning was land managed administration rather than, strategy for how land is used.
Okay.
So, yes, the euphemism was town planning, but what was going on there was actually real estate.
Okay.
And I think the distinction is intended here between land planning and real estate. They're not one and the same.
Yeah.
Planning sets out to provide solutions, to give an indication of how best to put land to a certain use.
I think it was Arnold Maliba who was here sometime this weekend. He reminded us that there was some Nairobi, urban plan that was
it's called a new plan, NUI plan.
New MP, new master plan, something that was developed in 2014. Was it 2014?
Yes.
It was unveiled in 2016.
Okay.
Yeah, thereabouts.
Yes, JICA were responsible for it. It is a wonderful thing when you read it.
Yes,
and very well thought out.
Well, but I was in charge of the technical aspects of it. I was
Really?
At that time I had left City Hall and I was working at the urban department.
You had joined the national government.
I had joined the national government.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Okay, so I found myself. I was asked to lead that process from the national government side. Then we had the central government and the municipalities, but I think this is 2014. We were already in devolution.
Yes.
Okay. So New Plan had some very good ideas, and let me read you something from New Plan. So the relationship between planning and floods in Nairobi. New Plan recognized that one of the key things that it needs to deal with, particularly with regard to planning in Nairobi, is the uneven development of stormwater infrastructure. That was flagged by New Plan, okay? And New Plan also recognized the fact that a lot of the drainage infrastructure that is currently in place was particularly done in the central business district, which is the old colonial quarter. That means that the rest of the vast area of Nairobi is not well served in terms of storm drainage infrastructure. So the existing infrastructure, according to New Plan, is poor in design. It is inadequate in capacity, and it lacks maintenance. That's what New Plan says. Okay. But in the land planning sector, this is what New Plan had to say. It said expansion of built-up areas has significantly altered the natural hydrological process of the landscape. Large portions of land have been converted into impervious surfaces such as asphalt roads, buildings, pavements, and parking lots. Then New Plan also goes on to say that the rapid conversion of permeable land into built environments has accelerated stormwater runoff, which overwhelms the existing drainage infrastructure and contributes to frequent flooding. Okay?
Yes.
And the lack of strict land use control in certain areas, particularly in the fragile zones where the plains down in the east, where there are also concentrations of large populations. You know, the more the population, the more the risks.
Yes.
If the hazards strike. Okay. So again, development control, which is a governance issue. You know, it's a municipal function. You know, you can't do development control if you do not have a plan, because you do a plan to contain populations, to ensure that activities, whether they are economic or transport activities, take place in sustainable environments. That's what the plan is all about. So New Plan flagged these as a preamble to going forward in terms of
at the very least a decade ago.
Yeah.
And then nothing was done even after that.
No, something was done. The thing you must understand,
we're still flooded.
Something
nothing was done.
No, something was done.
I like your frustration.
And I said I'm taking a layman's perspective here.
It is the only perspective to take if you want to understand this thing, because with every year we have advance warning as to any impeding natural consequence or disaster. We're even told when locusts are coming. We're told all these things in advance.
And we're told to take pictures of them, yes.
We plan, by the way. It's not that we don't plan. But the planning is so that we can allocate money. Once that money is allocated,
it is eaten.
Let's put it this way. I'm certain that it is diverted to some places, but the purpose for which it was intended, if indeed it did get there, then we would not be having the discussions we're having about the disaster.
Absolutely.
It would have been averted.
Absolutely. And at this point, sometimes you're forced to do something that is not very nice. You're forced to benchmark. Had we been another society, how would we have dealt with our problems? Okay. Would we still be sitting in office if we had been overrun by floods like this? No, we wouldn't be sitting in our offices. We would have hung our heads up and, in shame and gone away, in disgrace. But we don't. And I hear conversations where people, throw around huge sums of money and say, we do not have this money. But that is amazing, because if I were someone with the responsibility of ensuring that we don't get into this situation again, I would not spare any money. No, I would not spare any effort, because the cost-benefit analysis of it is what we should be thinking. 25 billion shillings is little money compared to Nairobi's total investment.
Yeah.
And I think that when we speak like that, it leaves me sad, because is Nairobi's is it worth it risking Nairobi for a mere for 25 billion shillings?
No, it's definitely
But
not.
then again, is this not the place that is the capital of Kenya?
It is.
Is this not the place that aspires to be globally competitive?
It is.
Is it not this place that is the UN capital for planning and environment?
It is.
It is.
So, does it make us a little bit embarrassed?
It should make us very embarrassed.
It should make us very embarrassed.
Patrick, we've come to the end of the show. You said 25 billion.
Look at it this way. Why don't we ask yourselves that if you were to put a number to the value of the lives that were lost, what would it be?
There's no
value. There's no figure you can approach.
Precisely. So then what then is the significance of 25 billion when that, or an even less amount, if used for the purpose was intended, would the issue of the deaths and the destruction we're talking about would not have occurred?
We lose 3 billion daily. We just needed to not lose it for 8 days for
That's
us
it.
to have that money. Patrick, thank you so much.
And thank you too.
Here's the news with Winnie Maganga.
Comfort Living Moments, brought to you by Tile and Carpet Kenya.
As the prayer martyrs lead, find warmth in our comforting rugs, creating soft, meaningful spaces for your morning reflection and gratitude.
Comfort Living Moments, brought to you by Tile and Carpet Kenya. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Kisumu East Member of Parliament Shaquille Shabir has criticized a proposal to spend 168 million Kenya shillings on vehicles for electoral commissioners in the supplementary budget. The lawmaker, speaking on Radio Generation today, said the amount would mean about 24 million Kenya shillings for each vehicle, which he described as too expensive for a developing country. Shabir urged public officials to be careful and avoid excess government spending.
Looking at a budget, and the budget has been proposed.
Yes.
And somebody somewhere, I have a VX which I've had for nearly 10, 12 years.
Right.
And it's valued at maybe 7 million, 8 million.
Currently?
Yes.
Okay.
Even when I bought it was only 12 million.
All right.
Now, where this 25 million is coming from, God knows. And why are we going to put that money here? They say that they need 800 million to operate. Out of 800 million, how much is going into cars? They said that they need A, B, and C. Now, that is what we call greed.
The Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission says the upcoming Emurua Dikir parliamentary by-election will cost about 59 million. Appearing before Parliament's Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, Acting CEO Moses Sunkuli said the commission has already prepared a budget for the election, even though the legal process to officially start the by-election is not yet complete. The government has introduced AI-powered sensors to monitor air, noise and water pollution in real time. The system, launched through the National Environment Management Authority, will help track pollutions from factories, power plants and other industries, which are major sources of pollution in the cities. Environment CS Deborah Baraza says the technology will help the government detect pollution faster and enforce environmental laws.
It is expected that COSEMS will enable NEMA to deploy real-time monitoring equipment to selected facilities for environmental quality monitoring. To assess the performance of the real-time monitoring equipment for air quality, noise, and effluent quality monitoring, and to check the sustainability of real-time monitoring equipment for environmental quality data collection from industries for informed decision-making.
The sensors shall be placed in all the industries that for the first phase we have selected. So we shall have what we call the ambient air monitoring sensors.
A jury has ordered controversial U.S. rapper Kanye West to pay $140,000 after handyman sued him over unpaid work for renovations at his Malibu mansion. The verdict in the trial in Los Angeles came after Tony Saxon, the rapper also known as Ye, did not pay him properly for work at the beachside property and fired him unjustly. The rapper's team argued in court that Saxon was an unlicensed contractor who destroyed the architectural gem while working there. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. Welcome back. It is now 7 minutes past 9 o'clock. People's Breakfast, of course, on Radio Generation 88.8 FM in Nairobi, 90.7 in Mombasa, na pale Garissa unatupata on 89.5. In studio right now, I have two gentlemen. We want to talk about the 10-point agenda implementation report from a youth perspective. So, with me, I have Ken Babu. Ken Babu is the United Opposition Youth Leader, or rather, a United Opposition Youth Leader and Senator Aspirant Nairobi. Ama, you are there. You know, you could be the only one. Are you the United Opposition Youth Leader?
Yes, I am.
Yes, you are, eh? Haya, karibu sana. Then we have Nyoses leo. Acha nikunywe kahawa kidogo.
Umembatia jina gani tena hiyo?
Nyoses.
Nimemuita Nyoses. But niju the next name inaanza na NY. So this is Moses Nyanduga. He's a student leader at Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology. Gentlemen, welcome to Radio Generation.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Let me just start and ask you, Ken, do you have any United Opposition? Majina mko nazo ni mingi. Kuna United Opposition, kuna alternative government, nyinyi ni gani?
Well, if you're not in the government and you are aspiring to form a government, by default you are
Hebu karibia your microphone.
So we have to mention that we are alternative government. We are by virtue of not being part of this government and we are standing in a position.
Wacha nifanye hivi because I can't hear you. Wacha producer kuja kutengenezea microphone. I'll ask Moses a different question.
Yes.
Mose.
Yes.
What unaona position wakwaje? Are they united opposition? Ama the alternative government? Ama what exactly are they?
I'll say it's a united opposition.
Yes.
Just like my brother started with the point that by virtue of you not being in the government, but you have a dream of forming the government
yes.
in the next general election, then you are just in opposition. So when I look at all of these political parties which form the united opposition, I'll say there is that stigma.
Okay.
They're being driven by that character of the need for a better alternative in the system. When you look at what's happening in this country currently, then even you yourself, Mungala,
yes,
it gives you that passion of being an alternative to the problems we are facing.
All right.
Once you have the virtue, once you have the ability to provide an alternative government, then we'll give you the go.
Yes.
The go button.
Okay.
When I look at all these political parties, it's a unity coming as a result of adversity. Just immediately after the Gen Z protest, we saw severe political activities. Some of them made historical landmarks, such as impeachment of the then Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua.
Right.
We saw dissolution of the cabinet. We saw mass killings, abduction, etc. It tells you that the situation we are right now, unless you are not keen enough or you are part of the problem,
yes,
that's the only condition under which you can say maybe we are heading into the right direction. But if you have been keen with the current happenings in the country, then it tells you we are not heading into
You've actually made a very interesting connection there. You said that the Gen Z protests are the ones that led DP Gachagua leaving the office.
Yes.
All right. So had there been no anti-finance bill, protests, Leo bado Rigathi angekwanga deputy president wa Kenya?
I'll say yes and no, because when you read the Prince, we are being told.
Mbona unacheka?
Well,
because it's yes and no.
No, it's a very Kenyan answer. Well, yes, but also, there's no. Okay, so to go up, bro.
But anyway, continue.
Yes, when you read The Prince by Niccolo Machiavelli, it tells you very well that there is usually a kingmaker.
Yes.
And one of the responsibilities of the king is to get rid of the kingmaker once he enters the palace.
That makes sense, actually.
And President Ruto, to speak the truth, without Rigathi Gachagua and the Mount Kenya cohort, today you will be the official opposition leader in this country.
This one I have to ask. Do you think that the mountain, as we call it, we're speaking figuratively here, supported William Ruto because of Rigathi Gachagua, or Rigathi Gachagua simply followed, but the mountain was already following William Ruto?
I'll say the mountain was already following William Ruto, but we must remember in Kenyan politics, we do follow leaders, not the other way around. If we were living in a society where the leaders will follow the voice of the people, then it would be a bit differently.
Okay.
But in this situation, they said Raila Odinga is not an option. And that is true. So we had some of the voices like
what is true exactly? That they said that Raila Odinga was not a viable option. Option or viable option?
A viable option. And the reason that's why I'm saying this, the former president fronted the then Azimio candidate, who was Raila, to be his successor.
Okay.
But the reception he got from the mountain, I'll say, though there was a slight improvement from the actual numbers he used to get from mountain, but at least we saw majority of the votes was still sidelining with William Ruto.
All right.
So I'll say, at the end of the day, William Ruto is a president today because of the Mount Kenya region.
All right.
Notwithstanding any factor, but that is the fact.
Ken, karibu, I hope Mike inafanya kazi.
1-2.
Itabidi umetumia hii. Pole, you will have to share. Wacha tutasort hiyo baadaye.
Okay.
But there's a question I asked you earlier on. Are you united as the name suggests, or there's something else happening there?
I think you yourself and many other Kenyans are raising too much eyebrows on that issue.
Okay.
Why?
But I will tell you that the opposition is united as it is, as the name suggests. And of course, by virtue of not being government,
yes,
and we are planning and organizing ourselves to form a government, by default, we are an alternative government.
Okay.
Because we keep check on the government of the day, we offer alternatives, and we make suggestions on things that need to be done as far as Mwananchi is concerned. So having the name United Alternative Government, that one is by default ours.
Okay.
Well, I would say as of now, United Opposition has got about 7 political parties.
Okay.
And we had Maraga suggesting that he will soon join the opposition. So if he comes with the Green Movement, is it Green Congress or something?
Yeah, UGM. Alisema anakuja.
Yeah, he said recently, he said that he's not... he's thinking of joining the United Opposition so that we can work together. You know, at the end of the day, the end game is to take William Ruto home and offer an alternative presidency to this country. Everybody who believes that Kenya Kwanza regime should serve only one term is aligned with the opposition.
I thought the end game was to deliver better for Kenyans.
Definitely.
Yeah.
And that
regardless of who is in power.
And that better cannot be delivered if we have William today in the office, because he is still there. But you can't see that better. So then it means for us to deliver that better that you are looking at, then he has to exit first.
But does that, going back to the statement that you said earlier, that you are keeping the government in check, then this would suggest you have failed as an opposition to keep the government in check. Because if we are still complaining that Ruto is taking this country in a direction that isn't favorable, then why do we need an opposition?
But let me ask you, my brother, if you are keeping government in check,
yes,
we are not in a position to implement anything.
All right.
As the opposition. Ours is just to offer guidance and offer alternative thinking. And let's say, for instance, on issues around SHA and education system, just the much you can do is to say, the president and the Kenya Kwanza regime, this and this is not working in the health sector, but you cannot move and implement.
Actually, can I disagree with you, please?
Please proceed.
Okay.
Did you ever need permission, though? Proceed.
He's a guest, but I'm being polite.
Continue.
No, I'm not just a guest. We are alternative government.
You see, these individuals who can't seem to make up their minds whether they're alternative governments or whether they're united opposition, or whether they're trying to unite themselves as the opposition, whatever formation they choose and what suits them, they are presenting a really hopeless scenario, and that is what I'm talking about. What do you mean you can't do anything?
He said implement, not do anything.
But that's precisely what I'm saying. Doing some implementation is part of the doing. Talking is part of the doing. He's suggesting that all they can do is talk, and I'm saying no. That's not true. That is not true. The individual who was considered to be the doyen of opposition in this country did a hell of a lot beyond just talking. And it moved the needle. So this armchair opposition that seems to be sitting back and telling us that they keep telling the government what to do. Maybe when they tell the government those things, I'm not in the country because I don't hear. What exactly do you tell the government not to do?
But let me just chip in. The individual you are referring to, I agree with you. He did a lot. But at what point did he move into government and do the implementation?
Actually, I agree with you. He moved into government every other time.
But
every other time. When what is it that happened in this every other time that you referred to? Let's start with yes. Please go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I thought it was rhetoric. You see, the thing here is, from where I sit, Raila alikuwa anaingia gava kila wakati. Aliingia kwa government ya Moi, akaingia kwa government ya Kibaki, akaingia kwa government ya Uhuru, na sasa wakati alipotuacha alikuwa kwa serikali ya Ruto. So ninaweza sema alikuanga na nguvu ya kufanya vitu sababu alikuwa kwa serikali zote. Na wakati Raila alikuwa anaingia kwa serikali hatukuanga na opposition. So actually for the first time, if I'm being honest, tuko na opposition.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Because
and just to
buttress my point, yes.
You know, we are talking about the implementation between the opposition and the government. Who has the mandate to implement? City
is the government.
Is the government.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying. In the opposition, from where we sit, the farthest we can go is to highlight what need to be done that will address the interest of the wananchi, that will sort out the challenges and the difficulties that the people are going through. But we cannot coerce William Ruto to implement if he doesn't want to.
Actually, you can. Look, how many parties are there in this formation that you refer to?
So far we are 7.
All right. Do these 7 political parties have members of parliament? As in the National Assembly, in the Senate, do they have governors? Do they have them?
Yes, there's all that representation.
Precisely. We've had people who are part of that opposition group, as you call yourselves, who have stood up and be counted with regard to issues in Parliament.
Yes.
Okay? Some have even been thrown out of Parliament because of the drama that they caused. So they're not just talking. That is someone who realized this thing. These people are going against the dictates of the law and against the standing orders of this particular house, and I am going to do something about it. Okay?
That is what I'm saying.
Actually, it's me who's been saying it.
Now, my point is, my point is, in the scenario of Kibagendi and Dual and Shah issue, Kibagendi raised very critical issues in terms of on the issue of Shah and the corruption that were there and the hospitals that were listed. But what did Duale do about it? Duale came to the TV and asked us, so what can I do? And Jeff told him, you should resign. I said, why? So at that point, what could Kibagendi have done?
I would like to hear Musa's views on this whole issue of what the opposition can and cannot do. Just usijali, grab the mic. Feel free. What, in your opinion, do you think the opposition can and cannot do? And do you think they've done enough in their position as the opposition?
Yes, I'll say, you see, Mungala, the constitution is very clear. In this country, we have 3 arms of the government: the judiciary, executive, and the legislature. The united opposition is represented in the legislature, yes. But when it comes to full implementation, that's the role of the executive arm of the government. So even if they can speak, they can recommend, and they can do everything, the resources for implementation lies in the hands of the state. That's the government. So I'll have to say the united opposition, they have tried. I cannot say they have done their best, they have performed excellently, but they have tried to their level best. We saw when we had a problem with abduction and killing of young people, it's these people who came and said no. The other day we saw some of the politicians giving the normal people, Kenyans, the insights on debt management, the problems we have in transactions, etc. So I'll say they have tried their level best. But now the problem lies in the state, because we are living in a country whereby the driver himself, President William Ruto,
Yes.
I'll say he has lost direction. He's losing direction because he has normalized corruption to an extent. It has become a way of life.
Yeah.
It is so difficult to live in a country whereby small thieves are being arrested while the bigger thieves are being appointed to state positions. We live in a country whereby 11 billion, until real Kenyans will understand the value of what 11 billion can do, that is when they'll be serious about this project Wantam. Think of a situation, we have several countries under assault in this country. President William Ruto came and told us, in my government, we are going to ensure economic transformation. But economic transformation, we must talk about it beyond papers. Are we transforming the economy on the basis of comparative advantage and ability? We don't want a situation whereby state resources and materials are being to develop specific locations in the country. That is why, according to me, like I said before when I was here,
yes,
in 2032, should I succeed to be a member of parliament, the first motion I'll table in the house is to ensure the national cake be further subdivided to specific sub-counties, so that your people don't need to vote for that president for them to get a good quality tarmac road.
Come again.
I'll say the problem we have in resource allocation is one. Majority of the share is being determined by the political class. I think we should have a structure whereby the budget allocation and projects should be further be subdivided to specific counties and sub-counties, so that the people of Turkana doesn't need to vote for President William Ruto
for them to get
resources. As much as we talk about the counties, the other day I saw 10 point, we are going to protect devolution and promote it. When you have a look at the percentage of the total budget being directed to the counties, that is not enough to develop this country to the level we want.
Moses, I get you. Yes. And actually, that point is absolutely awesome.
Yes.
So we shall be electing presidents on the basis, because when they come to campaign, they usually say all these things, bottom-up agenda. They tell us about vitu kama mama mboga na wanasema boda boda. If you take care of that aspect of taking development directly to even, let's say, at the ward level.
Yes.
Sasa president atakuwa na campaign on what?
You see, the president, the main role of the president is to give us vision and direction.
Right.
As the leader of the executive, there are some of the policies to implement. And you as a driver, you just sit down and coach your team that this is the direction. But we must ask ourselves, there is a distinction between the driver and the professionals to implement these policies.
Right.
When you have a look at the government as currently constituted, I'll say we are losing a direction. Losing a direction in the sense that, you see, you cannot borrow an engineer to implement something which is supposed to be implemented by an artist.
Okay.
We come again, we have a lawyer to do the work for engineers. We should streamline the executive. As a president, you should appoint an engineer to lead the transport sector, for example. You should appoint a medical practitioner to lead the health sector. This is somebody who understands the need of the patients. This is somebody who can take care of the doctors. But when you have somebody, that doesn't mean that if you are a lawyer, for example, you can't be a perfect cabinet secretary in the Ministry of Health. No.
Yes.
You can still be. But what is the rationale behind your appointment? Are you being appointed to this ministry simply because you are in the presidential campaign team? Or are you being appointed in this ministry because you form part of the professionals who can deliver the vision of the country?
Okay.
So that's the question we must ask ourselves.
All right.
So as much as we can distribute all this program to the world level, we should normalize equality in distribution of the state resources so that the president will not come and say, as the president, I'll bring road here, I'll construct hospital here. It is your role to construct road. And once you construct it, even in opposition stronghold, that is not a favor. That is why you were elected to do it. And if you feel the situation is so tense that you can't do it, then just do the good work for the Kenyans by resigning.
Were any of you gentlemen ever student leaders in the days when you were students?
He's actually a student leader currently at JKUAT. Okay.
Yes.
Student leader?
Yes.
Yes, I was. You okay. Of the things that you have, because you had a manifesto when you're campaigning and student power, comrade power. After the student power and comrade power.
And Tibim.
And Telala. Of the things that you promised your electorate that you do for them.
Yes.
Yes. As a percentage.
Yes.
I'm not going to ask you what have you achieved. The question I want to ask is, when you are thinking of what you wanted to do and you planned, and when you got to those positions, did you find it easy to implement the things you had said you're going to do?
It was not easy because of various varying factors. But at the end of the day, I delivered 85% of what I promised to the people, which is perfectly A-plane. So I think that's a top performance. Yes, there are some of the challenges, but the challenges will ever exist. But the problem is not the challenges. It's how do you go about them. Once you have a strategy, once you have a manifesto, you must ask yourself, what am I going to do to overcome the challenges in place so that I deliver to my people?
Okay.
Because the people come first. Yes.
What are some of the things that you achieved?
Number one, when I was campaigning to be the Speaker of CASA, I told them that should I be elected, we'll sit down as a Congress and agree with each other that agriculture students in this country, immediately after graduation, they're also supposed to be employed as interns for us to achieve economic transformation in this country. And of course, we passed that. And at the same time, we booked an appointment with the leader of CASA. With the leader of KEFAS, that is Advisory Board of Agricultural Scientists in Kenya. He received us, we had a conversation, and today as I speak to you now, CASA is collaborating with very many agricultural industries and sectors in the country to promote the last mile agricultural transformation. I came again and said that CASA as a student body will be independent and we shall resist the external influence from some key political leaders. And of course we succeeded. After that, the last thing I did, which was so tremendous, was that as a student, we must leverage ourselves to an extent. Every student will feel part and parcel of the body. We don't want to have some of the bodies which prioritizes some key factors to benefit their leaders instead of benefiting the mass students who are.
Are student leaders given an allowance or are they paid?
Student leaders are just being given allowances.
Allowances. How much is the allowance that student leaders get?
It varies with your position.
From university to university?
Varies from university to university. The position. And again, for me, I serve a body which cuts across 50 universities. So we are not even, it's not a kind of allowance that every month you get. But once you attend the meeting, sometimes you can sit down as a Congress and say, let us do this project. You can have something out of that.
Where does this money come from?
This money comes from, we organize some of the times events. Once you organize events, you write proposals to various organizations to be your partners during this event. Of course, they'll contribute. Once they contribute, for instance, sometimes I have to move from Nairobi to Mombasa to maybe Nyanza. We are going to use, in fact, the money which we have now in the organization, coming from various partner organizations, and sometimes even from students' contribution.
I actually thought you're paid from my school fees as a student.
There's a reason why I'm asking this question.
No, but CT, me, I remember when I was in KU, kulikuwa na pesa tulikuwa tunakatwa ya KUSA.
Yes.
That is Kenyatta University
Students Association. Yes, even main campus. So essentially the student body always had a lot of money in it. Okay.
Nakumbuka kwa school fees kuna mahali kulikuwa
Yes. There's a point I'm getting at here.
Okay.
when you're a student leader, you are already practicing what it means to actually lead.
To be in governance.
Yes, to be in government. Okay? And when you're a student leader, the opposition is actually the university. You are actually in the opposition because you're fighting for the rights of these particular citizens who have actually elected you. Now, when you promise, it is with the understanding that it's something you want to do. But there is always the reality that hits you when you get there. You realize this is what we said and this is what we wanted to do, but
it's not deliverable.
It's no, it may be, but it's not quite what I thought it was. The opposition, this is no longer university campus, it's the country.
Yes.
There are complaints and there are many. Nobody's talking about the origin of some of the complaints, but when you are the leader, expect that every problem that had been created before you became leader will be lumped on your head. It is you who will carry that burden. So we have a president who is carrying the burden of everybody who preceded him. And we have an opposition. From where I sit, the opposition is non-inspiring, completely uninspiring. People say they're clueless. It is not true. It's not that they're clueless. There are very many people there who actually understand what ought to be done. It is what they are doing to communicate that, one, they understand what needs to be done and that they're the right people to do it. I do not see anything that they say or do that convinces me that they are communicating that, one, they're the right people to do it and they know exactly what to do.
Ken, I think that's for you.
You know, listening to City, it quite stressing to hear that you're saying, I mean, the opposition knows what to be done, but they're not doing it.
Okay.
I think let's draw a line and look at how things have been happening since 2022. When President Ruto came to government, before then, he had a manifesto that was a bottom-up economic transformative agenda, which was inclusive. And some of the members of parliament who are in the opposition today were part of that manifesto. But today, when they stand and they speak, the main concern is there was a deviation of direction. There was a loss of direction. These people do not understand anymore where the president is headed. Because today, the conversation has shifted from implementing better to going to Singapore, passing through Canaan, or, I mean, we don't know. When Uburu stands, he's taking us to Canaan through Singapore. When President stands, he's taking us to Singapore through Canaan. So we don't know where are we going to arrive before we reach the final destination. But still, we cannot move to these directions if we don't have a functional health system. I mean, dead men do not travel. To where? Even if they travel, how impactful would they be?
Maybe in a house.
Probably. Education system, if you look at it, we cannot take people who are not educated and their literacy level sharpened to Singapore. I mean, what are they going to do in Singapore if they are not enlightened? If you look at unemployment amongst the young people, we cannot take, I mean, if we cannot give them jobs here to that Singapore, what are they going to do there? So the opposition, we are very clear on what needs to be done. But like I said earlier on, no matter how much we bring it out and make noise about it, the person who has the responsibility to take action on these issues is the president. Because like my brother said, he has the powers and everything to control and decide the implementation, what to be implemented, what time, where, and how. So, City, as you bring up these issues, we are much aware in the opposition of these issues, the challenge that Kenyans are going about, and that's the only advantage that we have in the opposition is that we have a platform to echo out. Otherwise, whatever we are saying are the realities of the realities of matters on the ground. These are the things that Kenyans are going through. But if somebody is in, let's say, Busia, and they have their challenges there, and what have you as far as Kenya is concerned. But if they speak about it, it won't reach a radio generation. If they speak about it, it won't reach citizen. But now the opposition, we have the advantage of the voicing. That's why we come out and say, okay, we've done analysis and we've seen what's happening, the infrastructure bond and all that, the housing levies, the unemployment rate in this country, issues around health and education. These things are not functional. They are not addressing the real issues that Kenyans are talking about.
They are not functional 100%, or they are functional up to a certain percentage?
Well, we cannot say they are not functional. Like health system, we cannot say it's not functional 100% because, to some level,
yes,
things are working.
Okay.
But majority of Kenyans are not able to tap onto the little percentage that is functional.
Okay.
For instance, if you look at the issues around education, and my brother, let me tell you,
yes,
if you go outside Nairobi, there are real problems. You'll get to interact with real issues. I was recently in Kitui, and you realize that
yes, he comes from Kitui.
Oh,
so you've chosen a good place to give an example.
All right.
And you realize that in a family of 4, a parent has to make a choice. If you'll educate the entire 4, I mean, if you'll educate one, or sacrifice the entire 4, because the cost of education is so high that you cannot imagine sacrificing all that. Remember, they have to feed, you have to pay other bills, you have to look for, cater for their health and everything. If you shift slightly to health, the health department,
yes,
these children, if they get sick, you are not sure if you're going to get quality and relevant medication for them at affordable cost. So these are realities of things as they are on the ground.
Okay.
And in the opposition, the only advantage we have over other Kenyans is we can have a platform like this one and speak these issues.
Actually, yeah, you're right, but also Kenyans have got all these other platforms available to them. They can voice their issues on social media. Yes. But I agree with you, in terms of national reach, you have that advantage. But then the reason I asked you whether things are working to certain percentages or they are not working completely is because for us to have a way forward, we have got to realize that indeed the problem could be partly because we are not willing to accept that some of these problems, some of these issues are actually working. Part of what President Ruto has said, perhaps he has implemented. Let's talk about housing. He did talk about affordable housing. Now, to be honest, he's not the first person who came up with this issue of affordable housing. It's been there since the 70s. It's just that he has made it visible. We can now see it when he's opening houses from, all over the country. But the question here is it what perhaps was envisioned as far as affordable housing is concerned on matters health? He said that in the previous one, NHIF was a very corrupt system, and he brought this one, or rather implemented this new one, so that it can address some of those issues. We spoke with Mheshimiwa Shaquille in the first hour, and one thing he said is that ukatwa 36,000. Unajua sikuwa najua, yani sikuwa naamini kuna msana anakatwa 36,000 yende ikalipe SHA. Lakini sasa tumeiona, because tulikuwa tunajua kuna ka percentage ka mshahara kanakatwa. Nilikuwa nimesahau yeye ni MP, mshahara yake ni kubwa. But I asked him, how does he feel when his constituents are unable to access medical care, yet he is being cut that very huge chunk of money? The question that I'm posing to you, can we have an honest conversation in terms of realizing what has worked, and then we focus on what exactly isn't working? Because I feel like the opposition is just saying nothing completely is working. Like absolutely nothing.
And that this government has done
nothing.
Yes.
Yet we can see president anaenda mahali anapiga picha barabara iko almost done. Alisema ile ya Samatari ikitoka sijui Kotulo ikienda wapi, bwana hiyo kitu iko. Unacheki? Na ninakubaliana na wewe that yes, there are some Kenyans who are really suffering.
Yeah, sure.
But at what point are we going to be like, okay, you know what? There's something actually working. But now hapa mbele hii yenyewe ina tumekata hii tumekubali, lakini hii na haifanyi.
Listening to you, I agree. But in the opposition, we're not saying that nothing is working.
But you are. Every communication you have.
I asked Martha Karua this very question. Akasema nothing
is working.
I asked Honorable Muturi here. He was here 2 days ago. He said nothing.
You're now asking me.
We asked DAPK leader Honorable Mala. He said nothing. So it can't be nothing, surely, guys. There has got to be something.
Now let me bring you to speed. We are looking at the 10-point agenda, and these were points between the Right Honorable Raila Odinga and President William Ruto. Look at point number 5 that talks on leadership and integrity.
Mbono janzia 1.
We are coming there.
Okay.
He's building his case. Let him start with the 5.
Right. By all means.
So that we can arrive on nothing is working.
All right.
Look at leadership and integrity.
Right.
The president is on record committing himself to ensure that he addresses issues around corruption and deal with it to the last man. But recently, and we have a recent case of 11 billion at SHA. And the unfortunate part of it is the cabinet sector responsible came on live TV and asked Kenyans, what can I do now that the money has disappeared? What should I do? Get that? These are the issues that makes Kenyans feel like nothing absolutely is working, because the
11 billion you speak of, what happened to it?
The 11 million disappeared from the system, and that is SHA. Let me just read for you something here. SHA is almost 1 year, and we've lost close to 50 billion already.
Okay,
that's on record. And remember, on the records that Eden Duale gave us sometimes back, they indicated that one woman gave birth almost 6,000 times.
No, 6,000. It was 10 times in the course of the
year. I mean 10 times, 10 times. Yes. And then
6,000.
He went ahead and said, listen, records of one patient going for an open heart surgery 4 times in a day.
In a day or in a year?
In a day.
Okay.
4 times in a day. 4
times
in a day. Remember, hapo chini wakasema, this repeated surgical billing occurred almost 3,235 times. Okay. And SHA paid a total of 445 million.
He said it.
These are the records. Things that Duale was talking about. And this is on it's on these grounds that he was disagreeing with Kibagendi. Because Kibagendi was asking, how possible can it be that all these things were happening? When Kibagendi raised the issues, Duale pulled the card of hospitals that had been closed, citing that Kibagendi was owning an hospital. The question that Kenyans are asking is the president...
Did Kibagendi actually own a hospital?
That is a question that he can come here and answer. I don't know if he's a business...
Does Duale own a hospital?
Probably, but it's on record. The CEO, the chairman of SHA, owns some medical facilities.
So, but you're CEO Duale. You're near CEO wa SHA.
Chairman, not
CEO.
Chairman
wa SHA.
Now, the question that Kenyans are asking, is the president intentional about fight against corruption? If he cannot crack the whip on a cabinet minister who sits with him and pretends to be advising on health issues. And my brother mentioned here. And Kenya should be asking, on what basis did Duale find himself in the Ministry of Health?
Okay.
All right. There was a gentleman who was president before this current one. His name was Uhuru. This same Ministry of Health, an audit was done. And at that time, it was a shocking figure, 5 billion shillings could not be traced. But when we looked at the Auditor General's report, one of the things that stood out, for me, this one stood out. There was an individual within that particular ministry whose work was, it was a desk job. He was in the finance department. He wasn't supposed to, but the record showed that the per diems he had been paid exceeded the 365 days that we have in a year. So you wondered, so was he getting per diem for the future also? Okay. The president cracked the whip, and everyone who was in procurement within government, aliwekewa break kwanza. Okay? Later deployed, blah, 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 blah. He took some action. Was it effective? No. Because the procurement officers were not the problem. They never are. They take instructions. Every other problem that arose at that point in time seemed big. That was before we had COVID. Then we realized now what a genuine problem and corruption is about, because we have a disaster, people are dying, and yet we were creating billionaires who are providing, supplying, again, all manner of things that didn't quite work. That was that particular ministry under this particular leader. But then we had a minister called Mutahi Kagwe who did very well during that COVID period. He did something that very few will have been able to do. He spoke to Kenyans every single day during that period to communicate. Effective communication. What am I trying to say? I'm trying to say that there's an effectiveness that you can easily judge because you see the results and the consequences are clear.
Yeah.
But within that, you still have a problem. Within Mutahi Kagwe's position, we still had these problems. Now, the reason why I seem to focus on what I consider the ineffectiveness of the opposition is this. we also live in this country. These things you keep telling us, we also know. So it's not as though we actually don't need you to tell us. Okay? That's number one. What one looks for is the mention of a problem immediately followed by a possible solution and what ought to be done. And what it is that the opposition plans to do with whatever powers they have to mitigate against it. Now, I don't hear of it. That is why I'm saying I find it ineffective. Now, when I referenced the immediate, the late Raila Odinga, it was because the powers he had within him and which are given to him in the Constitution, he could protest. He protested. You people just speak. And unfortunately, you keep regurgitating things which, let me assure you again, those of us who live in this country also know. So I don't know why you're telling me things I already know when I'm expecting you as the opposition to tell me this is the problem, we've understood it, but this is what ought to be done. It never comes out clearly.
Musa. Yes. I mean, and the city has... Or you want to say something?
Maybe just Musa chips in. City is raising a very interesting point, and it's a concern to many Kenyans. Raila would go to the streets and protest against President Uhuru and, of course,
even President Ruto.
Even President Ruto sometimes. But now the question is, how many lives were we losing in those protests? And are we ready to go back to that direction? What we are asking, and the opposition is very clear on this, and William Ruto needs to hear this and take action. This country needs to be led in a constitutional manner. Just respect to the Constitution. Simple. If President Ruto decides to lead this country in a constitutional way, these issues of corruption, he ought to have cracked the whip and dealt with Duale and anybody in that system once and for all. Two, on the issues of going to the streets and demanding protest and all that, we've lost many young Kenyans on the streets, and we are not willing to go there because nobody anymore is willing to be in the front line. And you know very well, revolution claims the front soldiers, and nobody is willing to be on the front line. But then we have to be alive with the realities of the matter, that the president must just lead the country as per the Constitution. Article 37 is clear: peaceful protest, peaceful assembly. But even the four of us, if we go outside there right now with placards and start shouting, oh, this and that, we'll be tear gassed. We will be tear gassed.
I was giving the example of somebody who did something just beyond speaking. It is not as though that is the only solution. Let me backtrack a little bit. Okay. All right? When you're student leaders, you lived in the hall with other people.
Yes.
If there's something you as a leader are supposed to do, your neighbor will tell you, Chief, comrade. You'll be told. When you're queuing to go and eat, somebody will tell you, what are you doing? Part of the reason why student leaders are successful, the accountability factor is very high.
Yes.
You know why? There's inequality. You're a student, I'm a student. Tuko sawa. And I don't even need to have voted for you, but I can call you out with ease. Now, speaking and talking about things is one aspect of holding someone to account. Everybody has some form of imagination. For heaven's sake, this mentioning isn't working. Has it not occurred to you? For instance, we've had by-elections now.
Yes.
And the complaints that I've heard is that the excessive bribery and the use of money.
Yes.
You know what is unfortunate though? The president's party is winning. You see, that's the other thing. You guys are talking, they're winning. You're talking, they're winning. What is it that you must do so that even if money is offered as you claim it is, it will not move the needle, and that the people will decide, it doesn't really matter.
You know, the question, what is it, at that point now settles with all Kenyans, not just the opposition alone. Because if you talk about the voter bribery, and the president's party is winning, and it's on record that there were voter bribery and violence during that process, then the question should be, what are Kenyans thinking about this regime? And are Kenyans not angry enough to stop all this? Because
it is now. I like that part of the conversation. So Kenyans have a responsibility, and you are absolutely right. But remember, you are claiming to be leaders. So what are you leading us in then?
Kenyans are angry.
Which Kenyan? I personally am not really angry. I'm just
Speak for
perplexed.
yourself.
Yes, I said I'm perplexed. I'm not angry. What should I be angry about?
You're paying housing levy. And you have your house you've been living in since you were born, and even before Ruto happened.
You know,
you are not angry?
No. No. I have to.
You have a house in the village.
I have lived longer than you.
Constructing a house for you in Nairobi.
Let me be fair.
You are not angry yet?
Let me be fair. This government you're considering bad, I've seen worse. So.
I have a question for Moses, because there's something that City asked you earlier about leadership and what you found when you lingia kwa ofisi and your ability to deliver with the opposition that perhaps was the university management.
Yes.
Is it possible that perhaps we are looking at a situation similar to that in the name of the president of this country, not necessarily President Ruto, any of them, including President Uhuru and Kibaki, that inafika mali delivery is a problem because of the people that you're working with, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it?
It is true. I agree with you that there comes a time when service delivery, you might face a lot of challenges while trying to fix it. But you see, we cannot say that is the reason for you to keep on complaining, coming and saying, I have a problem with the people, because you have what it takes to remove them.
But do they? They have it on paper, sure they do.
They have it on paper, and the Constitution itself provide them with that right. But you see, the problem we have is politics of shareholding, even in our political parties. We get to a point, you want to be the president, then if I'm from Central or Nyanza, I'll come and tell you, let me bring this vote from my basket, so that when we form the government, let me run the following ministries. You see, that's the problem. And that is why I said, the day Kenyans will realize that it is very wrong to follow our leaders, it is better if our leaders follow us. You see, living in a situation like when we have, we can sometimes learn from others, by the way. Look at politics of some of the countries, some of the developed world.
Yes.
It's the people who come and give you direction that for us as a country, we don't want anything to do with corruption. For us as a country, we need economic transformation on the basis of the following factors. But that is quite different with Kenya. We come, and it's your tribal kingpin who is going to tell you, let us follow this direction. And you just follow blindly. And let me respond to City. There is a point he raised when he said, despite the united opposition complaining, we continue seeing all these problems and the UDA is winning. I want to tell you, City, that some victories are failures in disguise. And I want to promise him that majority of the individuals who won by election seats, majority of them will fail in 2027. The reason being, even the guy who was dishing out cash so that you can be elected in these sub-counties, they'll also be having problem defending their seats. So we won't see even Deputy President going back to Mbeere North and campaigning for Amudende. He'll also be looking for time to secure his position. The major problem we have in the country is one. We don't work and we don't lead people. Our leaders have failed to lead us on the basis of the Constitution. Even the so-called 10-point agenda, there is nothing new here. Everything, in fact, they're just copy-pasting from the Constitution, sovereignty of the people, leadership and integrity. These are problems every Kenyan knows about. Even primary school children will tell you, in chapter 6 of the Constitution, we are talking about leadership and integrity. It is something that is so normal, economic transformation. How are you going to tell us, I'm going to transform the economy, when you are telling investors, mambo ni matatu? How comes you are telling us you are protecting the sovereignty of the people if the Article 1 of the Constitution talks about it, but anytime the same people you want to protect air out their voices, you abduct them and kill them? How comes you are coming to tell us we are fighting corruption, and in almost every day you buy the newspaper, you'll see 11 billion lost, this. So I think we have a problem. Our leaders must follow the Constitution. Chapter 6 of the Kenya's Constitution, I believe, according to me, is the most unwarranted chapter. And this soundbite give us the opinion that political formation such as Kenya Kwanza is so irrelevant to the Kenyan people because they have delivered nothing. I'll say nothing. You can't come and tell us we have delivered something that civil servants are being paid. They've been even colonial masters used to pay civil servants. You can't come and tell us we are now constructing roads. Even dictators even authoritarian regimes construct roads. These are things that are very, very normal. And what is the importance of all these if at the end of the day, a favorable, moderate, normal Kenyan can't afford a food at the end of the day, even 1 square meal in a day? What is the importance of road? If the same people you are constructing road for them, they can't go to school. Look at the situation in Northeastern. Look at the situation in places like Baringo, Samburu counties, where children are learning under the trees. In the same ministry responsible, we are seeing ghost schools. We are seeing. It means once you have a ghost schools, it means you have ghost teachers. It means you have ghost staff members and all this. Who is the major beneficiary of ghost hospitals and ghost schools? So as the president, don't come and tell us maybe your hands are tied. Your hands are not tied. You have tied your hands by yourself.
You know, on that issue of students learning under trees,
yes,
there's something I discovered just the other day, and it is because we hosted the deputy governor of Mandera and the deputy governor for Wajir counties. And you know what they told me?
Yes.
And this is something now I feel like I need to investigate and perhaps needs to be investigated, and perhaps people from those counties need to tell us.
Yes.
He said that these people are nomads. You know, they are pastoralists. They are all over. They move with their camels, their cows, their goats from one area to another. So leo wako Dennis Spirit Road, kesho wanaweza kuwa State House Road. Another day you will find them on Ngong Road, and then a week later they are somewhere on Mombasa Road.
Yes.
So from how I understand that explanation, having a school say on Ngong Road, utajipata una wanafunzi. Even if mimi nilielewa. And like I said, I probably need someone from that county to come and tell us, is it that bad that you guys are never anywhere? But he said that there are some places now where you can find settlements, so people are slowly settling, and maybe that whole nomadic culture inenletu kididimia tu kwa pole pole. So he explained that sometimes it's difficult to even know how many students can be in this particular area for you to construct a school for them. Unaweza jenga shule, unadhani unajengea watoto 20, my friend, una wanafunzi. But
yes,
it still doesn't excuse the fact that there are some students living under trees or studying under trees.
Yes.
And it didn't start yesterday.
Yes. So I'll say this. According to me, that's a poor reasoning.
Yeah.
Coming from a leader. This is the reason. How many countries in the world do we have pastoralists? How many countries in the world we have seen improving the standard of living of their nomads? A good scenario or a good case study is Turkana County.
Okay.
Today we have oil in Turkana. So the government is telling us they have money to ensure we can transport oil from Turkana to Mombasa port, but they don't have money to dig boreholes for the same nomads. You see, we must sometimes be realistic. The amount we are losing on corruption in our yearly budget is enough to improve the life of these people. You cannot come and say people are learning under trees because they are nomads. That's a poor reasoning. You as a leader, what are you doing to ensure you improve the life of these nomads? And the first question is, ask yourself, why are they nomads? The problem nomads face is water and animal feed. And we have several countries. In fact, they grow fodder crops and pastures, even in some of the very greatest deserts we have seen so far. A very good case study is Libya. During the reign of Gaddafi, Gaddafi was conducting irrigation in one of the largest deserts in the world, the Sahara Desert.
True.
And we saw it glooming. So, as a leader, the resources you have, you just construct that school, improve the life of these people. Yeah, you can set up several vaccination centers. You can ensure they have access to several boreholes in the country. You can ensure you irrigate several lands. Because we are being told, even Mandera itself, county, the water table, the amount we have in the country in terms of geographical substrata can sustain this country for several decades to come.
Okay.
So I think we just need a plan. Let us improve the life of our nomads. And when we view them from that angle, that they're moving like that, then it means we celebrate their problems. And that is actually what they're doing by, they maintain and they normalize violence against the citizens of the people, the citizens of this country. Yes.
As we come to a close...
maybe just before you pose a question, on the issue of nomads and riding on what the deputy governor said, I agree with my brother. That's a very shallow reasoning. Also, when it comes from a leader, it's very dangerous. Remember first, this deputy governor lives in Nairobi full time.
It's not full time, but
no,
I get your point.
But this is a day scholar.
Yeah,
he is a day in from wherever county he comes.
Actually, when he left that show, he took a flight from Wilson back to his county.
Possibly because he left the show. But where did he come from to the show?
Bro, make the point you want to make.
Okay.
Okay, continue.
So the point is, we need. There's just a problem of implementation and intentionality. These people must be intentional. If you're talking about nomads and people moving from one point to another, but remember there's capitation. Who gets the capitation? We have ghost schools, we have ghost hospitals, but we have capitation that goes to these schools. Allocation. The other time we were told that there are many schools that do not exist, but they're just a signboard. That there's a school there, but inside there's a whole bush and nothing is happening. But they get capitations.
Okay.
So then the president has a responsibility. He cannot say that his hands are tied. He has a responsibility to crack the whip. Otherwise, yes. I mean, unless he's on the table, also benefiting from all these corruption games.
Gentlemen, we have come to the end of the show. I will leave you with the words of one of our viewers here. And this one, take it back to the opposition camp and then ponder on this particular point. And because I also want a very good alternative government. Actually, I want the best government, whether alternative or government. As long as it's a good government, let's go. This is what Ref has said. Ref amesema, problem identification is easy than problem solving. It is very easy to point at you and say, koti yako ni mbaya, nywele yako ni mbaya, na tai yako ni mbaya. But ziko fiti, I'm just using it as an example. It's very easy for me to point out. But then again, telling you where to get the best suit, but telling you the best barber and telling you the best, place to get a tie could be a problem. I can point out, lakini what solutions do I have? So perhaps, as we point fingers at Gava, can we also at least point out good alternatives that can actually take us forward?
Sure.
All right. Here's the news with Winnie Maganga.